All right. Oh, that worked. That was impossible. All right. It took
Uh,
my time to get me to do this. But you can hear me okay?
yeah, so you're on a laptop, right?
Yeah.
You said a MacBook? Okay, so is it
Yep.
is it charged up?
Yeah. Plugged in.
Plugged in. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. Um
That just
and then I'll give you a tip real quick. So there's the way you look at your screen, and this will help you so you can set like you can see yourself just as it'll split it into two equal screens. Um
okay.
if it's
'Cause I'm-
if right now if you're looking at it, is it one on top of the other or is
you're
it side
here
by?
and you're side by side. I'm little, you're big.
Yeah, so click on yourself
Okay.
and then click on it again. It should split them equally.
Okay. I have
Like
a
just on
pop
your
out. I
Yeah,
have
you
a
could pop it out. Um
full screen. Gonna just go both of us. All right. I see you.
yeah.
I see me below, and that's okay. I don't need to see me, but I see you well. Is that okay?
Well,
Is
it
that all right?
helps. Yeah, that's fine. It helps for people setting up their own with lighting, with what's in the
Oh,
frame. If you want to see what's, so
oh, I see.
yeah, yeah. So if you're small right now, then
I can move up.
you just click on. So if you click on mine, that's large in the middle,
Yep.
then just click anywhere on my screen. It'll
Yeah.
split it evenly.
Yep. I
Yeah,
see that.
there you go. Yeah, there's a lot of these I help kind of walk through
Yeah. I mean, the thing
with
is,
people.
some are
Yeah.
more intuitive than others, and this one was certainly not. I mean, if you're 12 years old, it's probably more intuitive than if you're my age.
So, Teams, I haven't used Teams yet. Zoom, I used to have Zoom. I just canceled my subscription actually. So the free version of Zoom allows you to record a call for 40 minutes. I don't know
Okay.
where that number came up, but that's 40 minutes. So these rarely go 40 minutes. I think I have two out of 180 podcasts that are less than 40 minutes. So uh, to get longer than that, you have to pay the subscription thing, which I didn't mind, except there was no benefit. Um, the only benefit was uh, some people were a little more used to it. It's a little more
Okay.
user friendly as far as like they didn't have to really do a whole lot of setup. Although I did have a couple people where we still had to kind of walk through, pick their like we couldn't hear them. Their screen was messed up, so I still had to kind of walk through. That's why I got rid of it because I was like, this is still like not. I'm still doing the same thing I'm doing. Like Discord's free. Not only is it free, it's free from canceling any topic you talk about. Okay, they don't do that, and
Right.
some of these other ones do. Okay,
Oh yeah.
so
Yeah. Gun talk. They don't like gun talk.
bro. So yeah, so Discord's really open that way. Because they can't monitor all that shit. Like it's used for gamers use Discord. That's what it was set up for. And gamers talk some mad shit. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
so there's a whole lot of stuff that's it's fine. But anyway, so I usually help people walk through, kind of get set up on it. But it really once you get your input and output set up, it is it's just being on a video call. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Same thing.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like getting into it. Like you said, you were calling me, and I'm like, so that's why I had my son come down. I'm like, he's calling me. Where do I go to get the call? He's like, oh, you need to click here, here, and then here. I'm like, oh, because it's
Yeah.
not like it popped up and said someone's calling you. There's just
If
that
you had
little,
if you had a Windows PC, it would pop up and tell you
oh,
someone's
really?
calling you, and you just click on it. It's super fucking easy, bro. I'm not putting down Mac, Apple.
I know.
I don't like it. I don't use. That's one of the reasons I don't use Apple
Yeah.
products because it makes you. I feel like you just use their proprietary shit, and anything outside of that, it makes it difficult to use. It's not set up for that.
Understood.
Whereas, yeah, so um, the one guy we did the same thing actually. He was in the UK and he had a Mac. He was working on his work computer, and I was like, "Y'all, I'm calling you right now." And he was like, "I don't see it. I don't see it." So he finally got on. He's like, "Oh, I had to go do this, this, and this." It was back behind. I think I actually left it in the podcast where he said that. And I was like, "No, that's cool, dude. But I don't know how to walk somebody through it on a Mac because I'm not familiar with it."
Yeah, there's this that little icon that they use. It's up in the for me it was the upper left. It looks like a
Yeah.
controller, whatever that, and it had a red dot, so I had to click it, and it
Okay.
said open messages, and it says someone's trying to call you, accept or decline or accept
Oh,
ignore. But I
gotcha.
wouldn't know to get there until my son said, "Oh, the red
Yeah.
dot means someone's trying to call you." Now
Gotcha.
he has Windows, so maybe he just knows it enough or screwed around with enough to help me. And that's the one
Yeah,
advantage of
maybe.
having kids that know how to use this stuff.
Oh, I know, right? Well, when we first started our channel, this Discord, so I went in and set up the Discord. I had, like I said, I used it, Discord years ago with gaming, but I didn't know how to like configure it.
Hmm.
Like set up different channels in there, get permissions and do all these bots and shit that take care of that pretty much run the channel. So, because you'll get a lot of spam stuff, you'll get about a bunch of, just a bunch of junk. Sometimes they're bots that it'll crash your server. It'll crash your Discord. Um, so like it just repeats the same word over and over and over like thousands of times.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, and it slows your server down. It breaks it. So I had these guys when we first started. These teenagers. I'm like, hey, can somebody help me with this shit?
Right.
Who knows how to do this? And they're like, hey, I'll do it. And it's something that was I had no clue at all about. And I'm trying to watch videos on it, and I'm really confused when I'm seeing this. And I'm going, holy shit, this is going to take me fucking like 2 hours to figure out how to do this. And they go, yeah, I got you. 30 seconds later, yep, it's fixed. I'm like, Jesus.
Well, it's almost like and I don't know if Discord is open. I'm assuming it's somewhat of an open source type of platform,
Right. Yep.
and it's built like one, right? It's built like no one's throwing money at it. So therefore the intuitiveness is kind of, they just say,
Yeah.
listen, you got to figure it out. Like that's what
Yep.
you're paying for. Where Zoom and Teams and these others, they're like, corporations use them, right? So if you're sitting there struggling to
Right.
get on a meeting, they're not going to buy it from you. So they got to make it
Yeah.
more intuitive. But yeah, and like my youngest one, he's been in Discord for years, and he used to say, I'm on Discord. I'm like, I just thought it was some place where old men try to pick up little kids, right? Like this mystery zone, right? I had no idea what it was because I'm like, it just seems totally black market to me,
Oh,
because I'm not
gotcha.
into it. But now
Right.
I'm on it, and I'm still don't like I'm on some Discords, right? Some different servers,
Yeah.
but it's hard to follow. Like it's not
Mm.
like back in the day, you had chat rooms. Back when you had the modems that would squeal at you. Remember that?
Yes, I
It was like
do.
and then you'd go to like forums, and it was like a thread. But this Discord
Mm-hmm.
thing is just like you're in a room with people, and everyone's typing and talking at the same time, and you're trying to keep up. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone does it, but again, you just got to get used to this new format of communication, like anything, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I
It's
mean,
true.
it's hilarious.
Well, you
But
learned something. I mean, that's there's been definitely a handful of people, more than a handful, that I've had on here that were not familiar with Discord really at all. And like they've heard of it, like
yeah,
but
yeah,
didn't know how to navigate it and stuff. So once they got on here, they're like, oh, okay, it's really simple. Because the thing is, when you go to different, so if you start a Discord server, you can make it as complex as you want or as simple as you want. So there's a couple. There's some of them like ours has that we have a lot of different channels on there that we've
yep,
added
yep.
over the last couple of years. But I could get rid of most of those channels and just have one, like general chat. That's it. And then like podcast for a voice channel. That's it. Like we wouldn't have
Mhm.
to have all these different ones in here.
And the
Um,
channels are just for organizing the discussions. Is that what they're for,
Correct.
basically?
Yep.
Okay.
So really, it's just like the old style forums.
Yeah.
So when you go to when you see on the left hand side all those are the Discord. This Discord is called a server, and then all those things on the side within my Discord server are channels. So
Okay.
we have the Airsoft channel. We have I think I made one on there one night. I was drunk and I said I made one called best fucking movies ever.
Yeah.
Okay. And people just started putting, like Fury, Rambo, Fast and Furious, whatever. We just started going. So we just, instead of ringing that in the general chat, because we would talk about that anyway.
Right.
And so I was like, well, here, let me make a separate server for it so that it doesn't clog up the general chat, because then you'd have 10,000 messages and someone tries to scroll back
Right.
and find a message thread, and you're like, who said this? What was this? So you just break it down by category, just like those old style forums, so
Well, yeah,
makes it simpler.
one of the things, some kid, listen, everyone here is a kid, right? So I had a jack engine I'm selling. So he like reached out to me, and my son says, Dad, he's trying to get a hold of you on Discord. I'm like, I have no idea how to respond to the kid. So just tell him to call me. It's like, just let's do this old school. Call me and we can discuss what he
Oh
wants
yeah.
to do here.
Yeah.
But listen, it is what it is. And like, I'm terrible at social media. I'm trying to get better at it. My wife makes fun of me all the time. And I've
Yeah.
avoided it for years. And, it's just one of these things where you gotta dabble with it every single day and touch on it. Like I screw up Instagram a lot. Facebook, I'm terrible with. Twitter's pretty simple.
Right.
But I'm not good at all of it. And just trying to get into it. I mean, this
Oh,
is the
I hear
hard
you.
part. The Discord is just, and it changes, like
Yeah.
my boys, you know, um, my youngest, when he's a senior in high school, he plays all these video games. Well, a long time ago, I'm trying to think 20 years ago, I used to play Call of Duty. This is when I was on the PC
Yep.
and I played with my buddies.
Same.
We'd have a team and we'd be, that's when you could have unlimited long distance calling. So I lived in Michigan. My buddy lived in Colorado and I lived in Illinois. And we would just call each other at 3 o'clock in the morning and scream at each other over the phone as we're going through, wiping these 9-year-olds out. And, that was the way to do it. And then eventually the headsets came along, but everyone was on dial up, so just, it wasn't conducive. Well, now these kids, my boys are on Xbox and, Steam, and they're playing. I'm like, first off, I get sick watching them, but it's just incredible how you have real time gaming with real time discussions. Like
Yeah.
they're running comms and they're playing and they're creating a strategy and they're talking. And the most fascinating part of this whole thing is they both have friends that they've known for 8, 10 years that they still talk to today,
Yeah.
that they go visit from time to time. Like my oldest boy, he's got a buddy in Miami. He'll go see it, every other year. So it's
Yeah.
cool, right? At
And they
first,
met
like
they met online.
they met online, just
Right.
playing. And as a parent, you're like, again, this is creepy stuff, right?
Yep.
We try to give our kids enough, but we're trying to protect them too. And
Sure.
but then when and they all have names like Doggo and Javi. They create these just like an airsoft, right? Everyone's got a handle
Right.
or code name.
Yep.
So your kid talked about Doggo enough, you eventually realize Doggo's a real person and Doggo's not a creepy old man and Doggo is another kid playing. So you start to relax a little
Uh-huh.
bit, right? So,
Right.
but it's a new world. It's, like when we dated, we had to go out. We had to go to a bar. You had to go
Oh,
meet somebody. You couldn't do it,
I still
swiping. That
think there's value in that, for real.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, listen, I think it's everything is such in such an expedited fashion now
Right.
that these kids move so quickly with everything through relationships that before they get to know the person, they're breaking up with them or,
Yeah.
something like that. I mean, it's so accelerated. It's like, settle down. No one's perfect.
I think
Here,
back in our day they used to call that one night stands, right?
exactly. And I'm sure that still happens too.
Yeah.
But, and and it's like, I don't know. Like I said, it's the world's
Well, there's a
moving
lot going
quick
on.
and
There's a lot going on. And
yeah,
the thing is we get well, especially when you have kids. Like if if I didn't have kids, and I was a gamer years ago, but if I didn't have kids, I probably wouldn't have kept up as much with technology, with the times, because I was never hey, let's sit in here and, um, you know, play video games for 12 hours on a Saturday.
right.
I was like, hey, let's go outside, and I like working on cars. When I guess when it's not broke down
Yeah.
where I have to, but I like tinkering with stuff. I like doing stuff outside. And so anyway, I would not be up on all this crap if my wife and I didn't have, all these kids that we grew up with. My youngest one is 21, so they're all out of the house. They're all,
How many
so
kids you have?
but five. My wife and I have
Wow, good
five.
for you.
Yeah. We had 5 and 7 years, and yeah,
Talk
bro.
about expedited.
Bro, it's saying now it was my dad used to joke with me, every time my wife's like she's pregnant again, he would pull me aside and go, "Son, do you know what causes that?" I'm like, "I don't know, the water." He's like, I said, I don't know. I just joke around, whatever. Like, I mean, she just wanted a back rub. What, I don't know what happened. So,
Back
but
rubs, fireplaces. There's a lot of things that cause these problems.
right,
Yeah. I mean, just
that's
yeah, a buddy of mine, I just turned 50. He's 51 and
yeah. I'm
he's got
52.
one kid. Oh, you're 50, okay.
Yeah.
And his kid's in middle school and he's like, dude, he's like he made the great mistake one day of trying to figure out or to figure out how expensive it is to have a kid.
Oh yeah.
I go, no, don't do it. I mean, it's not, this isn't like that type of expense, right? But you're spending hundreds or thousands of dollars without thinking about it for every single kid you have. They're
Yeah.
in a sport, right? They go play airsoft. Christmas is, it's just, it escalates, right? So you just
Oh
can't
yeah.
do it. Yeah, I've got a 22-year-old, a 20-year-old, and now an 18-year-old. So
Okay.
my 18-year-old's he graduates high school this year. So he'll be moving on. I think he's going to do so my oldest one's a daughter. She's at the University of Kansas. My son's at Illinois State University. He's also in the Army. And then my young one's going to probably do the Army too. Both
Okay.
new National Guard.
Yeah.
But he's not sure about college. He's probably gonna do trades. He's been wanting to do a trade forever. I'm like, go do a trade.
Yeah.
I never push college. Go find your happiness. You'll find the
Right.
money, right? Just don't be stupid. Um,
Yeah.
People
Right.
who make terrible mistakes are the ones that usually get in trouble with money. If you're smart with money, you don't have to make a lot of it to have fun. So just go do it. And
Yeah.
so, um, yeah. So
It's good. Good advice.
my wife and I are trying like, okay, what's our next phase, right? We gotta, we've been doing this for a long time, just like you guys, right? You're like, they move
Yep.
out, it's like things are quiet,
Hmm.
nothing's getting broken.
Right.
My stuff is where I left it.
Oh,
There's no
dude.
dishes in the sink. No one ate my snacks. Like there's a lot of things that just
It's
you're like,
wild.
yeah, no. Yeah, and you do, my wife and I, I'm just like your wife and you guys, I bet talk about all the time. Like, what was life like before you had kids, and you just can't
Yeah.
remember it, right?
Uh.
From the moment you met till your first kid's born, it's like nothing
Yes.
happened, and all of a sudden your first one's born and your brain switches and then your drive changes and your priorities completely shift. And you're like, go so fast. And then they're out and you're like, I don't remember how to do this,
Right.
and it's like these guys who are our age that get divorced. It's like, what are you doing? You're going to start over? Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
It's
Well,
too
we joke about it all
exhausting.
the
Suck
time
it
because
up.
we get my wife works in a doctor's office, and she's like she'll get patients in there that they're late 50s, early 60s, and they come in, they're divorced. They just got divorced, like she's been at this doctor's office for, over like a handful of years. And so
Can I
she's
interrupt you?
seeing.
Is this part of the podcast? I'm just making sure because if I talk off color, I want to see if it gets out there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no, dude. I am recording, but it's just a recording. It's not. We're not live on anything.
yeah,
So
that's
if there's
fine.
something that you want cut out,
No, 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 no.
let me
I
know.
just
I've done
just
that a handful of times.
no, no, no. I'm not. It just I want to make sure that I don't say
Well, and
things that I'll
speaking of that,
regret.
yeah,
Right?
we can. This is a casual. The format is very casual conversation. It's about your background. What I try to do on here is really promote my guest.
Yeah.
I want to get your name out there. Not that I have a big channel. I don't. I just, when somebody goes back and listens to these, I have quite a few of them, and are on Spotify and all these other different podcast apps or whatever. So somebody that finds the channel brand new,
Yep.
they're listening to a lot of them in a row, and so I really try to limit how much I repeat myself about myself, because when I'm talking with somebody, it is really like a, hey, I just met you,
Yeah.
like, hey, what's up, and so people ask me questions as well, which is fine, but yeah, this is about I try to promote that person, but it's very casual. I don't have an actual format. Wherever the conversation goes, that's where it is. I don't mind what kind of language is used. It's okay. Um, as far as there's a lot of people I have on here that have their own YouTube channels, which you do as well.
Yep.
And I know a lot of people try to be like family friendly for
Yep.
YouTube because they want to monetize and all that kind of stuff. I don't mind. I don't really mind about. I don't care about that, honestly. I never did when we first started, and even less so since they changed their terms and conditions back 2020.
You're talking YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube did. So monetizing an airsoft channel, and I'm not trying to be negative about it, but if somebody wants to make decent money on YouTube for airsoft channel, good luck.
Yeah.
Try something else, because once you get monetized, it is if you can get monetized, they do not. So your videos don't come up in suggested feeds. They don't. They're starting to get some of the bigger channels now, like Kicking Mustang and stuff. But if you don't, yeah, it's very, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Swamp Sniper, his got demonetized. His whole channel got demonetized overnight. Now he got it back, but there's a ton of people. Airsoftology, Jonathan at Airsoftology, his revenue, like this was his livelihood because he had so many subscribers and he was putting out a lot of videos. And when they changed that terms, his channel got hit within a few months, and it just like it knocked it way down, way down.
Yeah.
So
Well, listen, it's a
anyway,
life lesson, right?
yeah,
If you're willing to put your livelihood in the hands of another person or
yes,
corporation, and they're not charging you to make the money that you're
right,
making, they're going to take it away. It's a matter of time.
that's
You got a
right,
PayPal account and you bought something that PayPal doesn't agree with, they're going to seize your money.
yeah,
And you have to be aware of this stuff. And it's just it's easy come, easy go, right? The old adage. And just,
yeah, it is,
get a day job.
yeah,
YouTube's for fun. If you can make money at it, great, but it's not going to last forever.
right,
And that's it. And you have some of these, Good Mythical Morning. I don't know if you know those guys or not,
yes,
but
oh yeah,
yeah, right. I mean, they're smart about it. They
right,
evolved, and but they're the rarity. So everyone thinks I can do what those guys do,
yeah,
and you can't, but you
yep,
try, right? And
uh-huh,
so it's just keep your day job, have fun at night and on the weekends.
yeah,
But if you're willing to give them your livelihood, they're going to take it away at some point. It's just a matter of politics or
right,
opinions or whatever you want to call it. And that's,
mm-hmm.
I've been experiences, I've been around, firearms for over 20 years. I've been a competitive shooter and a sponsored shooter and all this
I
kind of
saw
stuff.
that,
So I know how this whole thing works and how quickly things can
yeah,
change. Just you wake up one morning, it says your account has been shut down or your funds have been seized and you have to wait,
uh-huh,
120 days to even think about getting your money back. So just got to be smart about it.
for
And
real,
yeah,
yeah,
you got all this
that's,
Venmo and stuff. These kids are using all this stuff, and I'm like, be careful. You know what I mean? It's just no one reads those 18 pages of terms and conditions. The next thing you know, they're in your account and they're going after that money that you transferred because they didn't agree with that transaction, and
uh-huh.
it gets scary.
Yeah, that's I know. Well, I had a discussion with some people before. I've just actually a few times about when a couple years ago I started seeing airsofters with channels starting to put disclaimer parts on their videos. Now, I don't know, which channels did. I would just be scrolling through and I'd see like an unboxing video. And before it, they'd have this thing come up, that they put in there, not YouTube,
Right.
because YouTube doesn't require it. And so it would come up and say all this disclaimer stuff going, this is airsoft, fake guns, blah, blah, blah. These aren't real guns. And I'm like, what? What? I don't get it. And so I go back because I did a video when the terms and conditions changed, when their policy changed. I actually there. If you scroll on our channel, I still have that video up a long time ago. It was probably a few weeks after the change made YouTube, And I went through and I actually screenshotted recorded the screen, and I went through each section for firearms and all this kind of thing and what changed.
Yep.
And really, the big thing that changed that affected us, there was a handful of changes, but it included toy guns, the terminology toy guns in
Right.
there, or that verbiage or whatever, and so in with real firearms. So that was so overnight, it was like 2 days after that change was made. When I went back into our analytics, we had our first year of videos were all demonetized. Now, our channel was already monetized at the time. And when I went in and looked at the analytics, I was like, what the hell happened? And that's how I found out. Now, YouTube has the thing come up where it says, terms changed, you have to accept them and all that kind of stuff. So I went in and did that and started looking at them. I was like, what in the hell? But anyway, so I talked with people. So I had read through those, did a video on it, and kind of, pinpointed the terminology they used in there. And so when people start doing that, I'm scrolling through it. I'm actually using, Control F to find in this whole paragraph if there's any wording in the terms and conditions for YouTube for a disclaimer. Nothing, never, not once, ever. Now I don't know about the recent one that they just changed, but yeah. So I was like, why are you guys using disclaimers? I don't get it. And what was funny is the channels that were doing it were channels that weren't even monetized. They were channels that hadn't, because you have to have 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. And I'm going, why? I don't understand why you're doing a disclaimer. It's not required. So that, it was a lot of, so speaking of reading terms and conditions, people didn't read it. And I don't know where somebody started and everyone just jumped on a bandwagon. And I go, bro, can you stop putting disclaimers on here? I'm going to unfollow your channel because you're being dumb. So now, hopefully, I honestly I've only seen a couple of your videos. Hopefully you didn't use a disclaimer. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes here, but just read what you're involved with before you start.
Absolutely. I mean, but it does, it's like, it could be anything, right? It can be you're a gardener and you've got a gardening channel and all of a sudden you put up a video on how to cultivate marijuana, hemp. And all of a sudden it just changes. Like you're like, well, it's just a plant, right? Well, and this is the whole thing. And the tricky thing with YouTube and social media in general, specifically Airsoft, is there's videos out there of gameplay, which I feel personally is the most boring videos. Other people love it, right?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that get the views. Airsoft Alphonse running around with this, LMG, smoking kids, on the field, those get the views.
Yeah.
I go to YouTube to learn, right? I like working on cars. You had mentioned it. So I go to YouTube. If I've got to change the plugs out of my car, I go on YouTube to figure it out. I mean, that's, if I got to change a belt in a washing machine or a door on an oven, right? I go to YouTube for it. So that's what I use it for. But it's certainly, there's an entertaining value to it. And I think some of these airsofters, they really play on that. And I think some of them do a really good job at it.
Yeah.
And then you get to a point where those who are anti-gun, the line between an airsoft replica and a real firearm, it starts to shrink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're starting to show kids bleeding or other players bleeding on here. So it's just nuts. Hold on a second. I just got a warning from my Mac isn't charging, and I just thought it was. Hold on.
Okay. I was going to say, I think maybe that's what's coming up on your camera. Your camera's kind of like wigging out.
Is it?
Or glitching like every few seconds.
Okay.
It does like a line across it.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, it's still doing it. I can't figure out when it does it most. It's just random. Honestly, I've never seen that before, so I don't know how to.
Of course.
Hey, you're a product. You're
so
unique.
special.
Okay.
Yeah. Who knows?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Because honestly, most people listen to these instead of watch them anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, who wants to look at me? Even hear me? I appreciate you inviting me on and talking, and this is fun. And
yeah, dude.
I really enjoy. I've watched and listened. I watch several of your podcasts, and they're a lot of fun. I mean, really, it's about listening to other players, how they got started,
Yeah.
what keeps them in,
Right.
who encouraged them, what they like, what they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is all about. We can
Yeah,
all learn
dude.
from each other, you know.
Yeah, and that's,
Um,
when if you've seen some, you've probably, or listened, you've probably heard me say, the podcast itself wasn't really a planned thing in the beginning. It just kind of came out of talking with people on our Discord, just random people that have followed us for a couple years, and questions come up, and then we just start chatting, and that it kind of just morphed into this thing. And once I realized I enjoy doing this, more than I thought I would,
mhm.
then I was like, I'm going to do this full time. Like, I'm going to go ahead and make this a big part of our channel. And so then it kind of just ramped up from there. And then I said, okay, I'm going to actually make it a podcast. That was probably a year ago, almost a year ago. And be serious about putting out consistent content with it. And then once I started doing 3 a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday
That's a
releases.
lot. Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot. Then, and I've been doing that for 4 months,
Wow.
maybe more. Well, once that happened, then I started getting requests. So all the ones
Okay.
before that, I would just find people, somebody that I follow, their friends, and then whatever, that kind of thing. And I'd reach out. So, especially new players, I love to hear, somebody that's been in Airsoft for less than a year,
Yeah.
um, and is super stoked about it.
Yep.
I love to hear those stories. So once I started doing that, and getting requests, then I'm like, oh, man, if I put out 3 a week, if I stayed on that schedule, I realized this a month ago. If I stay on the 3 a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the podcast I did yesterday or whatever won't come out until March.
Yeah.
So I was like, because I didn't want to turn people down. They're excited. They're like, hey, what about,
Mhm.
and speaking of that, anyone watching or listening, I, over this past weekend, I just put on my website a booking section. So somebody
Okay.
can go on there, and it's linked to my Google Calendar. You can go on there and request, or I guess, sign up for a spot for a podcast. So that way I don't have to text back and forth, try to figure out time zones and, whatever. Like, just go on there. If it's an open spot, put yourself in, and then we'll be good to go. But it'll really streamline that process.
I'm not looking at my phone. You know what? I'm wondering if I had Discord open on my phone, and I wonder if it's.
Oh, tweaking that. Oh, do you
Who
see it?
knows? I had it open. I just turned it off. Now yeah, it's still tweaking out. I don't know
Oh,
what's
you
going
see
on.
it? You see it on your end too?
Yeah, but it's like a
Oh,
weird.
okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know what it is, and like I thought, I don't know. I could
You know what
unplug
you
my
could do?
camera.
Turn your camera off, click on your camera, and then turn it back on, see what happens. I mean,
All
it
right.
won't take long. It might be worth, we'll just see.
Yeah, it's got to be annoying.
I honestly, and I'm not saying this to say, oh, my setup is perfect. I'm real. I don't know the secret, but I've never had this issue. Um, with the camera.
With the Mac and the cameras.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the
it
thing
changed
is,
your.
like I've got an integrated camera that I'm not using. So if I switch to that, sorry kids, everyone watching probably like this old man is just crushing it here.
They'll be all
You
right. They'll be all right.
want me to get better? Let me see here.
Well, it hasn't done it yet. But you know what it did? It changed your audio.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Check this out. It switched it back to your
Which device I want to do?
That
there it goes.
is that better?
Yeah.
All right, and then my video's not glitching, right?
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen a glitch yet.
Oh hell! So this is it. When someone's using a Mac, use the integrated camera,
Okay.
and that's the answer because clearly and that's I have a nice camera too, and I don't know why it's just not participating well, but hopefully this is okay. And again, I apologize to all the kids out there
Oh
watching.
yeah, no, dude, no problem at all. Like I said, it's I mean, I'm really flexible with these. I don't mind. I put out guidelines for people.
Yep.
because honestly, for them,
Yeah.
I want them to have a good experience. And so they'll, most of the time with the audio thing, the audio is more important. So it's because people are listening to this and you want to be able to hear the conversation back and forth.
Agreed.
So when they're done, when we're done and I post it, when they've been on laptop audio where it's echoey and cutting out and that kind of thing, the noise cancellation, because when they talk, now I have, in this room, I have sound deafening panels
Yep.
on that whole wall,
Mm-hmm.
part of that wall. And so most people don't have that. And so when
No.
they talk, it echoes and comes back to the microphone. And when it gets loud enough for it to register as background noise, it cuts out.
Yep.
And they don't realize that because they don't hear themselves, they don't hear what I'm hearing.
Yep.
So when I post it, they're like, oh, my audio was shit, and I'm like, so so I try to give people guidelines.
Yeah.
Number one, best option, headset with a mic. So
Yep.
there's some people I've had on that don't like to wear a headset because their looks, they don't like the way it looks. I'm like, bro, nobody's going to watch this shit anyway. And people are used to seeing people with headsets on because of streaming,
Right.
gaming.
Yep.
But so anyway, yeah, I try to offer some insight on, hey, this is probably the best option. If you're using earbuds with like an iPhone or something,
Mm-hmm.
make sure you're in a room that is very quiet because it'll pick up background noise and it'll cut out half of what you're saying. So, but anyway, yeah, headset mic. The guy I just talked with a few days ago, his podcast comes out Wednesday, I think. He has a headset on that has one of those retractable mics that come out.
Okay.
Like it's a really nice gaming headset, but he's got a nice podcasting mic outside of the camera view up here, and it's real echoey. And then every so often, it's noise canceling. And so we talked for like 10 minutes, maybe 15, to try to get this set up. He kept going, kind of like what you and I did. And he's like, oh man. And I said, well, look, I recorded this. And so what I did was I shared the screen through Discord here. And I said, now listen to what yours sounds like. I stopped the recording. I played him back what I was hearing. And he's like, holy shit. Yeah, that sounds like shit. And I said, okay. So he goes, hold on. I have this mic. And he pulls it out. I said, yes. What? Yeah, a headset and mic is what I said. No, this is great. Because people say, oh, I have a great podcasting mic. I'm like, yeah, but do you podcast? And they're like, no. And I'm like, then turn it off, bro. Use a headset because people talk like this. They move, right? Yeah. And if you're not right here, like 4 inches from your mouth with a podcast mic, you're not going to hear it. It's going to be echoey. You're going to hear reverberation. It's going to be shit. So I'm like,
well, I think you have you have a conversational setup like we have here, and you have a production setup, which is no one's listening. It's not live. I'm sure that's what it is. I mean, the mic I got, the camera I got, they're not cheap and they're really good quality, but for this venue, they don't work. I think you're right on. I think the headset's the way to go. Microphone, you get the echo cut down, and I mean, I think it's good to just relax. I mean, you go on Amazon, you get a $50 mic, and everyone thinks they've got the best setup, and it's like,
I know, right?
Just keep it simple.
Well, I'm going to tell you, so headsets, if anyone's going to use a headset and mic, set up like a gaming headset, keep it wired.
Yeah.
If you have a wireless one, that's fine, but make sure it's plugged in or charged the whole time we're talking, because once it starts getting a little bit low, it starts cutting out.
Yeah.
And so anyway, most people get on here and they're like, oh, I'm going to be on here for like 30 minutes, or 40 minutes, because, they think in their head, they're like, most people I've had on are really shy, really withdrawn. And then we get talking and they're like, holy shit, it's been an hour and a half. I'm like, yeah.
Well, if I could say that, and this is one of the things I enjoyed about the podcast you've had with some of these kids that are on here, you can tell they're shy. You can tell they're not comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good lesson for everyone to understand that there's going to be a time in your life where you feel uncomfortable, and that's when you got to go for it. That's when you grow. Every time they do these types of things, they're going to get better at it. They're going to gain more confidence. When you're on this type of setup, put me aside for a moment, you're the expert in the room. You know what I mean? Like, you're the one that's been invited to talk. you must be important, right? To the viewer at that point. So just
Yeah.
enjoy yourself, relax. Don't worry about your hair and your voice and what you sound like. Just enjoy yourself. And I don't have any expectations on this. I appreciate again you inviting me on to
Yeah.
talk about it, airsoft or whatever. But I like watching the videos. My point is when you start versus when it ends, they transform
Mm.
and they're getting more comfortable with themselves and they're getting more comfortable with you and they're realizing that this is just another person I'm talking to. This isn't 10,000 people that I got to be freaked
Right.
out about, right?
Exactly.
And so that's it's like anything in life. I always look for the minutia, everything that happens between the lines. And so when I watch
Hmm.
your videos and other videos, it's about the person who evolves during that conversation and how they grow as an individual.
Hmm.
And it's just so important. And that's why, like I said, I mean, there was you had I forget, is it Bunny? I don't remember. Forgive
Yes.
me,
Uh-huh.
Bunny. Yeah.
Yep.
And she was in a room and she was kind of sideways for a little bit, but then
Yep.
she kind of opened up a little bit and it was fun to see it because you could tell she was just getting more comfortable with herself in the setting and the venue. And so
Yeah.
I really liked and in, airsoft conversation aside, it was just very interesting to see. And listen, when you're our age, this is why I love airsoft. I love going to the field with these young kids, young players. You help them out. You see them grow. They were this big last year. They hit puberty. Now they're this big. And you're like, holy cow, you're the same kid. You grew out of that. You grew into that bump helmet, and
Yeah.
so you see kids grow. And I think that's one of the things I enjoyed about, several of the podcasts that I watched of yours where you just have these young players on here that just evolve and they get smarter and more comfortable with themselves. So I think you're doing a great thing. And listen, I don't want to offend anyone, but airsoft is a type of community where you have kids from all walks, right?
Right.
And you've got some kids that are gamers, some that are very shy. Sometimes they show up by themselves. They're not the most confident kids or players. I don't want to
Yeah.
generalize, but so we have to pull them in, make them feel comfortable with us to make them feel comfortable with the game. And that's what I like about it. So we just have to acknowledge the fact that, you know, there's they're not a bunch of alphas running out there. That makes any
Right.
sense.
Yeah,
You
for
got kids
sure.
that are just shyer. They're trying to find a tribe. They're trying to find a
Hmm.
group. That's why too, like, you have these kids that create teams, right? They don't know each other, but hey, let's create a team. They just want to be part of something,
Yeah.
right? They want all dressed in black and they all want to have a purple sash or whatever on their arm. I mean, that's their thing, right? Good, go
Yeah,
do
dude.
it. That's what this is all about. Just go find a community that you feel comfortable with, and every Saturday, every Sunday, you see them, and you see them for 6, 7, 8 hours. And after that, say, "Hey, I'll see you next weekend." And you go your separate ways, and hopefully, it grows beyond that. But this is what it's all about: airsoft life in general, right?
Right.
So,
Well, definitely, I appreciate the compliment on that. I'd never thought of that actually.
really,
What you said as far as the seeing the transformation with somebody, I guess I never thought of it in that way. I see it right in front of me, where somebody's loosened up,
yeah,
and especially when towards the end of or maybe not towards the end, but a good 45 minutes to an hour in, we're talking, and they've loosened up. And I've had some people tell some really personal stories on here that one guy was talking about, it wasn't so personal that he didn't want it out there. It was that
yeah,
it brought back really strong memories for him when he was telling me the story. I
sure,
can't remember. It was he was talking about when he went to some kind of music camp or some kind of camp when he was a teenager, and a couple coyotes surrounded him. He was by himself in the woods, or in between these camping the houses or whatever, the cabins and stuff. And he told me this whole story. I mean, it was riveting to me. And he was when he got done telling that, I was like, I'm in shock. I'm like, bro, what did you do? Like,
but he replayed all of it in his head in real
yeah,
time back to
yeah.
you.
And when he was done, he was like
Yeah,
this, man. He was like, holy shit. He's like, I haven't talked about that in forever. He's like, my
yeah,
hands are sweating. Like, it just brought back all these memories. Bunny, you were talking about her. She did the
yeah,
same thing when we were done, because she was sitting there. To me, she was pretty calm and relaxed.
yeah,
She's curled up on that chair. She didn't sound nervous in her voice. And then at the end, she goes, and I said, kind of wrapping it up, whatever. She's like, "Oh, thank God." She's wringing her hands. She's like, "My hands are so sweaty right now." I say, "Really? You didn't even seem nervous."
But this is
So
the difference between listening to a podcast and watching it, right?
yeah, that's true.
Joe Rogan's is a great example. I watch
Yeah.
it because when I listen to it, I feel like I'm only getting half the story.
Mm,
So with Bunny, if I watched hers and had no audio, by her body language, I can tell at the beginning she was more like this,
yeah.
and and then she kind of opened up.
Uh-huh.
And that's what's great about it. And that's what's great about communicating in general, right? Verbal, nonverbal, whatever it is. We have to learn to communicate with each other. And again, like if you're on, I see this all the time. I'm sure you do too. You're at the airsoft field and this kid rolls up. He's by himself. Mom drops him off, kisses him on the forehead. He walks off 10, 12 years old, whatever he is. He's petrified, right? Yeah. He doesn't know where to go. He's carrying that box that's got his rifle in it that he got yesterday for his birthday. He doesn't know what to do. And so those are the kids we walk up to. My young one, he grabs these kids and he pulls them in. He's like, "Hey, come hang out with us," or "I'll go do it." And because those are the ones when you pull them in, that's when they explode, right? That's when they grow as an individuals because they're so shy. And then for you to, when you befriend them, they can relax and they really enjoy the sport of airsoft.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really what I think is the important thing we do. You had I'm terrible with names. Ranger was in his call sign, I think, and he was talking about how when he showed up to the airsoft field, a gentleman handed him a gun and said, "This is yours and this is yours," and it opened him up, right? I mean, that was his entree to the sport, was someone just being kind.
Yeah.
And so sure, when we're kind to each other, we all just get better from it, And so
Mayday-san, he's in Japan. He's got a big YouTube channel. And he's been doing this for quite a few years. He said, when I was talking with him, he said, yeah, the first time I went and played, he told me about it. And I said, "Did you like it?" The first time he went, he's like, "No, I hated it." He goes, "I went back and told my friend I'm going to return this gun and never play again." And because he had the opposite experience of what most people have, where, welcoming community, the field he went to, it could have just been that day.
Yeah.
The teams that were there, the people that were there were real serious about, playing, and they just he didn't, he kind of got ignored. Like nobody brought him in. He didn't know what he was doing. He went there by himself, and, he got the shit kicked out of him. So he was sitting in spawn most of the day. And the next time he went to a different indoor, and the exact same, thing happened. And what happens to most people, like what you're talking about. All these people are like, "Oh, hey," they recognize a new person, new player there. "Hey, what's up?" This and that, whatever. So it was a way better experience. And then he said, "Okay, I'm gonna stick with it." And now he's got he just hit 100,000 subs on YouTube for Airsoft channel. He's played at all kind of different fields. He's got, bro, talk about a fucking arsenal. Holy crap. He's got a ton of guns. So anyway,
no kids, right?
So it does, that's been the common theme that I've heard for most people is that that's most people's experience when they go for the first time, is they kind of feel that even if they have a shitty day as far as, getting annihilated because they don't know the map,
right?
They don't know what they're doing. They get shot a lot. But hey, the community was cool as hell, and I want to hang out with these people again.
Right.
Yeah. So
yeah, I've only been playing airsoft for 3 years now. I'm pretty new to it. I started playing just because I wanted to hang out with my son.
Yeah.
They were at the age where they didn't want to be around dad, so I told my wife I'm just going to start playing airsoft. If he listens to this, maybe he'll be shocked, but it was all about being with him. I didn't have any expectations, but before that, I've been a competitive shooter for 20 years, so handling a firearm was never a problem. So it was a quick evolution for me, and I really got into it. And the whole thing.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, it just so the transition was from that to this was simple. And then being older, I guess more wise, more understanding. I really enjoyed, like I said, going out to the fields now and seeing these kids grow over the last 3 or 4 years, 3 years or so. It's just great seeing that. And that's what I really enjoy about airsoft. shooting people with plastic BBs is fun, but that's not why I do it. To be
Right.
honest with you, it's not about that at all.
Now, how did you get into competitive shooting? Because you've been doing it a long time.
Long
So,
time. Yeah. So I shoot IDPA and USPSA. I don't know if you're familiar with those sports.
I've
For those
heard of
not,
those.
yeah. So
I've heard of
those
those, but
not,
honestly, I'm not actually familiar with it. I don't know what they stand for, and I don't know what's involved. I've heard of
yeah.
three gun. I think I've seen
Yep.
three gun more than
Yep. And
you
I do
know.
that too. So IDPA is International Defensive Pistol. It's a defensive shooting sport. So it's with a
Gotcha.
handgun. They now have pistol caliber carbine, but you have a handgun, and the scenarios are defensive based.
Mm.
Local matches are one thing, but if you go to nationals, a stage description may be, you're in an airport terminal and 6 terrorists, enter the fuselage, and you got to get from the terminal in the fuselage and engage and terminate. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. And so they're all role based or scenario based shooting. USPSA is what's called, it's a shooting sport, but it's a practical shooting game, which is run and gun, right? So
Mm.
you're running and hosing as fast as you can. Sometimes you engage a target, sometimes you don't, based on the time and the points. IDPA is slower, methodical, more tactical, where USPSA is just strategy, go fast and shoot fast. And then you got three gun, which is kind of a more USPSA based. So it's a lot of speed shooting, but you're doing with handgun, ARs, and of course shotguns. I say ARs because that's pretty much what everyone runs. But I've been doing that for a long time. I got into that. We lived in Michigan at the time. I got a concealed carry permit. I never owned a gun or shot a gun before then. And
What made you do that?
huh?
You didn't grow up with guns or anything like being around
No,
guns.
no, I
You grew
didn't.
up in Michigan.
I grew up in Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Um, my father had guns, but we never shot. It was something I always wanted to do, but never had the opportunity. It's like anything, right? The
Mm,
first time you have an opportunity to do something, someone invites you to do it. So
right.
lived in Michigan, never gone hunting before. So a friend of my wife's husband invited me to go deer hunting. That was the first time I did that. I'm like, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Then concealed carry became law in Michigan. My daughter was born. I thought I better be positioned able to defend my family, right? Things changed,
Mhm.
as I mentioned before. So I got my concealed carry permit, and I was, you had to qualify. And the instructor's like, hey, have you ever shot a gun before? I'm like, no. He's like, well, you're pretty good at it. We do this thing on weekends called IDPA. You want to come out and try it? So I'm like, okay. So again, you don't know anything, right? So this would be akin to a kid rolling up with that gun he got for Christmas,
Uh-huh.
not knowing anything. So I roll up to this match, and I owned a Glock 26, a little bitty Glock 9mm, and I'm on
Nice.
my first stage, and I run the stage, and I went first, which I don't know why I was the newbie, but I went first. And then the next guy after me's got a Glock 34, which by comparison looks like a sword, right? I mean, it's 6-inch barrel. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? I'm like, I thought this was a defensive game, and they're like, it is. I'm like, well, I've got a defensive gun. You guys are shooting these big guns. Like, well, you can. So I'm like, all right. So I went home and I got a Glock 34 after that, and then it kind of snowballed from there. And um, so I did it for a long time, and I really enjoyed it. And I went to nationals, and I was sponsored, and I did all these different things for a long time, and really got into it, and ran major matches, state matches, and local for our gun club here here in town. And so I've been doing it for a long time, and I did it for the same reason I mentioned. It's not about the shooting part. That's fun, but I enjoyed the camaraderie, right? Guys in my squad, people I've
Mhm.
been shooting with. Some guys have passed away, since I met them, and it's sad, but you meet so many great people from all walks of life. I mean, everyone's got a different story. And when they go there on Saturday or Sunday to shoot the match, they're not telling you their story, but you just know that the week they just had wasn't the best, right? So
Right.
trouble at home or sick parents. So you just try to shake it out of them for a few hours to forget about what's going on. Let's just focus on what's in front of us. We got 8 stages to shoot. Let's shoot them, and let's laugh while doing it. So,
Mm.
yeah, I did that for a long time. And
Now, how do they score those? When like the one you're talking about now?
how do they
Uh,
score them?
yeah. So is it time and
Time and
then
points. Time and points down.
basically like where you hit the target?
Yep. Yeah. So IDPA is probably a simpler one. It doesn't have a hit factor like the other one, but IDPA, you basically have a circle. If you get inside the circle, you have no time added. And it's got a 1 zone and a 3 zone. So if you get so let's say each target has 2 hits on it, requires 2 hits. So you get one in the 0, 1 in the 1. It adds one. Those 2 shots added 1 second to your raw time.
Oh, okay.
So it's raw time plus points down. So the better your hits, the lower your points, the better your overall score will be for the day. And then USPSA is, I don't know, there's some wizard came up with the scoring system. There's a lot of things involved in it. I never figured out. I wait till the end of the match. Like, okay, you got first or you got second or whatever you got.
Wild. Okay.
It's crazy. And it, there's things called major and minor. So if you're shooting major, which is like, let's say 40 Smith & Wesson or 45 ACP, in what's called limited, your hits are, your scores are 1. But if you shoot minor, like 9mm, you get dinged on it. So you're shooting a lesser caliber. So therefore you get dings when you go outside the alpha, scoring zone. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of, I tended to enjoy IDPA more, because it was more of a slower paced game, more about getting your hits. It was less about the running and gunning, although I enjoyed that. It was just about get your hits, go down 0 on this stage. If you're running in 14 seconds, you got 14 seconds, and that's gonna, help you out in the rest of the day. And so it's fun. I encourage, if people are of age and they own a handgun, I think owning a handgun and punching hole in paper, it gets boring. I would, try to find an IDPA club in your area and just go out there and watch, and it's so much fun. I mean, ammo's expensive. I get it, but yeah, it's a lot of fun.
For sure, man. Yeah. I grew up the same way. I didn't have a lot of experience with guns until I went in the military, and then, which I think benefited me, I guess. They always say that. I've heard that from, of course, first time in the military, but from instructors. I've heard that across the board from instructors. I had a guy on here, Gunfather Milsim. I don't know if you follow his YouTube channel. So he's an instructor, a SWAT officer, on the SWAT team, whatever. And he does the same thing. He's like, he has said the same thing, where if he gets somebody new, he'd rather them not have bad habits, basically, to reteach. Yep. And I think a lot of people that, like yourself and myself, when I went in and I got taught kind of the right way from the beginning, I didn't have any bad habits to break, and I did very well right from the beginning, with qualifying and everything. So, and that, I mean, some people say it comes natural, and I guess it could, but the guys that grew up hunting and grew up, especially like in West Virginia and Kentucky,
right,
where they would literally use Kentucky windage a lot of times, instead of, because they're using iron sights, they had a hard time with adjusting, especially the longer range. Because when we qualified in the Marine Corps, it's I don't know how they do it now, but our longest range was 500 yards with iron sights with the M16A2, and so you're looking at the flags, all the way down, and you're adjusting, your elevation and windage with iron sights to accommodate that. So, and that man-sized target at 500 yards. Doesn't look very big. Okay.
Right. It's an inch tall.
Especially, when you don't have perfect eyesight, and you're looking through that fucking tiny ass peephole and lining up, side alignment with that thing. It's very blurry, which it's supposed to be, but it's the target is, but it's some of these guys that had bad habits really had a hard time at the longer ranges, with iron sights.
When I see it, like, a lot of us learned presumably how to shoot by watching 70s cop shows, right? With the whole, Beretta. And so the first time I got a shooting lesson for handgun, the guy that taught me was old military dude, Vietnam era. And he was the old, push pull method, or the saucer, cup and saucer. And both were not the best instruction, but that's how he learned. Right. And I think, to your point, going into anything, firearms included, having no knowledge is better, because you're only going to ramp up faster, right? For a long time I would do firearm instructions, and we would take out couples, and husband and wife would, never shot, and within 30 minutes the wife was always shooting better than the husband. And that's because
Wow.
she went into this open, basically blank sheet of
Blank
paper,
slate.
nervous,
Yeah.
hyper aware of the instruction, where the husband was always trying to sing, well, let me do my way and see it. So we would always finish the day where we would move out to 30 yards and we'd have a 18-inch gong, and I'd say, okay, we're going to shoot from here. And they're like, there's no way. I'm like, let's just do it for fun. And then usually within third, fourth shot, she hits it. Fifth, sixth, eighth shot, he's still drilling. I said, just stop. Do what I told, grab the gun, set the sights, pull that trigger slowly to where it goes off. It almost scares you, right? And sure as
Right.
hell, ding, he hits it. So just, if you're with somebody, just listen. Don't pretend to know, and don't take these preconceived notions or whatever. And I don't know everything, right? I learned from some really great shooters. If I could tell you a story about shooting real quick. So years ago, I went to
Absolutely.
Oklahoma to take a class in Tulsa, U.S. Shooting Academy down there, and I met some really good shooters. And these guys are world class. They're on television, right? So guys like Phil Strader, Mike Seeklander, you may have heard of them.
I have.
They're both YouTube channels, and great guys. So they really were the ones they were the second group that taught me how to get better, right? Like calling your shot. They were the ones that explained it to me. Before then, I had a buddy who I still know today. His name is Ralph, and he was a grandmaster at the time in Illinois. I think he was like one of 3 ever grandmasters in Illinois so he's like teaching me how to shoot. And at that time, I was shooting 10,000 rounds a year of 9mm. So if you think about what 9mm costs today, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot.
But we reloaded, and it was much cheaper then. But anyway, so I learned to get better. So I went to Tulsa, and I learned a lot from these 2 guys, and in my in that group I was training with, again, people from all over the country came in. We had guys from Triple Canopy, the contracting company. We had a guy that was a former Ranger was in there. So I learned a lot about shooting. So I went back and I improved. And then 2 years later, I went to nationals, which was in Tulsa again. And at these shooting events, these professionals, they're on what's called a super squad, which is, these guys are the best. They're going to win it. But they always put the big dogs together because they make them better, right? You always shoot with people or play people are better because it makes you better.
Iron sharpens iron. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that year I went to nationals, and again, I was in the super squad. So it was Mike Seeklander, Phil Strader, Taryn Butler, Taryn from Taryn Tactical.
Oh yeah.
So Taryn's in there, other top tier shooters. And I'm not a grandmaster or, level. And, but I'll tell you what, that was the best match I ever shot.
Really?
Because these guys elevated my game.
Yeah.
Watching them, like how they moved their feet, how they engaged the target, how they broke down the stage. And that night, I was staying at Phil Strader's home. He was nice enough to have me stay with him, his family. And I said, that was probably the best shooting experience I ever had. And he goes, why? And I told him, he's like, this is what it's about. He goes, I didn't get to my level by shooting on the range by myself. I got it by shooting with Mike or shooting with Taryn or Rob Latham or any of these guys that are out there that are the best of the best. And Dave Savigny at the time. And these guys are just running and gunning and the best. And so that's what it's all about, right? Is if we get less comfortable and we start hanging out with people that are better than us in anything, right? Finances, shooting, you're going to get better with it. And so I've learned so much by doing shooting sports, practical shooting, by just with the people I've met. It's just incredible. God,
well, that's what you said earlier too, with people like getting outside their comfort zone, like guests on here, when they're shy, whatever, they kind of, they get better, more comfortable and stuff. But at first, they're really uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable when they say yes, and then they're when the times leading up to getting on here. I've had some people message me, a few minutes before, like, are we still doing, I'm like, yeah, like, oh, is this a video call? Yep. And they're like, I could just tell by their text, they're anticipate, they're kind of nervous, whatever, but they get better. And that's the thing, getting outside your comfort zone is the only way you're going to grow in anything, whether this is just laws of the universe, right?
Right.
Iron sharpens iron, that, like what you're talking about, get around somebody that's better than you and you'll become better. You can learn from them. That is, a rising tide raises all ships
Yep.
kind of thing. These are laws of the universe that you really cannot grow unless there's some kind of discomfort involved. So if you want your biceps bigger, guess what? You have to break them down.
That's right.
You have to actually damage the muscle. So how
Right.
do you do that?
You got to get
Um,
sore.
yeah, you got to put it through some pain.
Yep.
Okay. So you want to get more educated, more education. It's difficult to sit down, especially when your mind is going crazy. You're racing and, racing thoughts and all this kind of stuff, to force yourself to calm your mind, calm your thoughts, and really focus on something that you want to learn. So if it takes, I remember years ago when I was in the military, after I got out of high school, I said, man, I'm never reading another book. Holy crap. I was just so glad to make it through high school.
Yeah.
Uh, and, uh, and I really didn't. I mean, I had to read the Marine Corps manual,
Sure.
study that when we were in, but, um, but you also, there again, we learned from our guys in our platoon. So guys that were in longer, hey, and they're like, okay, just go to this section. All right, do this. And so,
Hmm.
uh, I got stationed at Pendleton, and I probably got a year left. My wife and I were already married at the time, and this guy gets stationed there, brand new. He's FNG, just out of school and boot camp and stuff. And he's like, he gets an apartment off base because he was going to get married, and so he had his girlfriend with them. She ended up leaving him, but whatever. He was there by himself in his apartment. I go over there one time, and first time I went over there, I walked in. He doesn't have a TV. Okay, now this is 1992. Okay, I walk in. He doesn't have a TV, which most people did at the time. TVs weren't great, but people
Right.
still had them. And he didn't have a TV. He had bookshelves. And I said, "What the fuck?" I said, "Bro, what are you doing?" And he's sitting there like an old man. This dude's 20 years old, and a big corn-fed motherfucker, like big fat head,
Yeah.
just bulky as hell, big as
Nebraska
hell.
lineman.
He literally grew up on a farm throwing hay bales,
Sure.
and I think he was from Nebraska. But anyway, he's reading a book. Now this book is it's Shogun. It's called Shogun. Um, Back in the day, a lot of people.
Funny you remember the book title.
Oh, dude, because you know why?
It
Because it
impacted you.
intimidated me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's over a
Yeah.
1,000 pages
Yeah.
on this paperback, and he's sitting there reading it, drinking straight whiskey out of a glass, and I go, Troy, what are you doing, bro? Let's go out. And he's like, no, I want to read. I want to sit here and read. I was like, fucking boring. And
Yeah.
he's like, no, man, haven't you read a book? He's got this whole bookshelf. And I'm like, no, I haven't read since high school. I'm not reading no dumb book. I read magazines, articles and guns and whatever. But so he reaches over and grabs The Hobbit, okay, which was a fairly small book compared to the trilogy.
Yeah. I mean, of course. Yeah.
Big to me.
Right.
And he throws it at me. And he's like, here, read that. And I was like, fuck that. I ain't reading that shit. Anyway, long story short, I ended up reading it, got hooked. And I've been reading ever since. That was 1992.
Wow.
And I've been hooked on reading. I didn't realize the value in reading, but the point is, I would have never gotten, it intimidated me.
Right.
And these books, when I looked at them, was like, holy crap, how am I going to finish this book?
Right.
And he's like, dude, you can only read one word at a time. Like, it's just, don't worry about how thick the book is. You'll get through it, So he's like, now it's going to take you a good chapter of this book to get into it. So go, just take your time. It's fine. And I got sucked in, man. And I read that whole trilogy plus the Silmarillion. Then I started reading Richard Marcinko books.
Yeah.
Navy SEAL,
Yep.
Rogue Warrior. I was fucking hooked on. I still have all these books in the shed in a box. So anyway, I was down the rabbit hole.
You disliked reading because of school, because you were being forced to read crap you didn't want to read.
Exactly.
And then once you realize that actually this can be a little bit fun or enjoyable, you do it. And the thing is, like, people who hate to read, and I'm not a big reader. My wife's a huge reader. I mean, she's so impressive. I mean, she'll blow through a book in an afternoon. It's incredible how fast she reads. But people like, I don't like to read, but you're reading all day long. On your phone, you're just reading.
Yep.
It's just input. So now it's just about finding something that you enjoy,
right,
to do. But yeah, I mean, we all have to we all have to find someone or something that changes our perception on that one thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And whether it's a person, you know, an event, an accident, a pat on the back. I mean, these are the things that wake us up and make us like readjust and put things into a little bit of a different context of what it actually means to be happy or smart or whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah, it's, and this is, I'll tell you, this is probably, that's what this conversation is probably the most fun part about being a parent. Like you see your kids one way. And then, so my middle one, when he went off to basic training, he turned 18 at basic training.
Oh, wow.
Quiet kid and this kind of stuff. And he came back a man. I mean, it's unbelievable what less than 6 months can do to a person. It changes his perspective, you know, become a group leader, and he's in charge, and he's been given responsibilities, and now he's got a voice, and he's confident, and he just carries himself. And it's just incredible to do it. And you know, the other thing too is what we all have to understand about life, especially these young kids, is life is much harder when you do it alone.
Yeah.
If you can find someone, like I've got the, you know, best friend in the world. I mean, my wife she's my rock. She sets my sails when I'm going off course all the time. She's smart, and she just, the love, you know, I mean, you have to have someone who's in your corner that's going to make you better. And if you try to do it alone, I promise you, if you get to where you're trying to get to by yourself, it's going to be boring. You need somebody to celebrate life with. And so find somebody, a buddy, a girlfriend, a boyfriend. I don't care what you find, but find somebody who's going to help you get better and help you get to the place you're trying to get to. And by the way, you got to give back. You got to be that person for someone else.
Yep.
So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you started Airsoft, what'd you say, 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was an easy transition for you, like you said, with, you know, as far as handling guns and that kind of thing. But so now you are, you've been playing with your son on the field, and then you started a YouTube channel.
Yep.
Started filming some videos with that.
Yep.
It looks like you have your own BB, your own brand of BBs.
Yep.
And then you've got a pistol here that's got your call sign on it.
Yeah, this was actually a custom I had done by the guy's name is Alex at Psi Kappa Custom. He built this for me.
Oh, Psi Kappa Customs. Yeah, I've heard his name a couple times.
Yeah, he's really good, and he built this one for me. And you know, what's great about this gun, as an example, is it was made by someone who knows what they're doing, you know. And when I shoot this gun or anyone shoots it, it's like, holy crap, it runs, it works. You know, and versus somebody just throwing a bunch of parts together and say, I can build it for cheaper. Yeah, I know you can, but I don't know if you saw, I did a review on it, and you know, I see it all the time, and these kids will get guns, they'll build them themselves, they just don't work. So Alex really, you pay a little bit more, but what you're paying for is the quality, and it's not going to fail you in the field, which is the last place you want to fail. So, but yeah, I mean, so the whole AirsoftDad thing, it's kind of, I don't want to call it a joke. It's not a joke. It means a lot of things, right? It's a brand, but the whole purpose of this thing was, to be the person at the fields that was standing up and helping someone else.
Yeah.
And I call myself AirsoftDad. You had Mike on your podcast a few weeks ago. He's another AirsoftDad. We're all AirsoftDads.
Well, that's how I found you, actually, was when he mentioned you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I asked him about his Instagram towards the end or something, he's like, there's another AirsoftDad. Mine's got the space in between or whatever.
Yeah.
So when I went to tag him in the video for when it was coming out, it was, or maybe the Instagram post, whatever, when I went to do the mention thing, yours came up.
Okay.
As I was typing, because I forgot to put the space in.
Okay.
I was like, oh yeah, that's the guy he talked about.
Yeah.
So then I went and followed you, and
that's funny. Yeah. So I mean, it's like you know, the whole brand, AirsoftDad brand thing, is about just trying to do something that gives back to the sport to help people. Like I've probably given away as many BBs as I've sold.
Yeah.
Like I go to fields and just throw kids bags. And it's just about, if I can sell BBs to help pay for the hobby, that's great. I'm not getting rich off of it. I'll probably make more money on my YouTube than with selling BBs. I'm not making any money on YouTube. And I think that's the hardest thing too with airsoft or firearms or a lot of things. To make a little bit of money in anything, you got to spend a lot of money.
Sure.
And so, you can bring in 5 million BBs from Asia, APAC region, but you got to have the money up front, and you got to wait a long time to get it back. So
Yeah.
it's not about, the brand isn't about making money. The brand isn't about getting rich. It's just about having something that everyone needs that I can just give to people, and they say, hey, that's that old man that I met at the field. He's a funny guy. He really helped me out. That's what it's about. And so, that's why I've got I've got barrel socks, and I've just done stuff that are like funny. I went to a mill sim last year, early spring, and I gave a bunch of these out, and people were just so excited about just getting free stuff, and it's like,
yeah, dude,
go enjoy it. Right. It's not about it.
For sure.
So, yeah, it's AirsoftDad. It's like I said, I'm not the AirsoftDad. There's a lot of us out there. It's just about being the person who at the field, someone can come up to you and say, hey, I need a battery. Do you have a battery, or do you have a screwdriver? Can you help me with my gun, or can you help me set my hop? That's all I'm interested in. My youngest one, the one that helped me get on Discord today, he's on a speed QB team, and they're going to Indianapolis here in 2 weeks at that NSL competition. So
what team's he on?
He's on Chaos.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to give I'm the sponsor, if you will, for the team. So I'm giving them the BBs that they're going to play with. And it's not about me. It's about them. I want these boys to have a good time. I want them to be the best they can be. And if they win, that's a bonus. It has nothing to do with me.
Oh, that's cool though.
Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't realize. Yeah. Okay. So I was going to say, if he's on Speedsoft, or if he plays Speedsoft, yeah, the NSL thing is a big, something that's come up quite often in the late, my later, or a lot of podcasts recently. So
yeah, and it's not something I can do. I can't do Speedsoft. I'm too old for that stuff. Too much diving and knees. It's fun. Like these guys they'll play Speedsoft out on the field, outdoors, when everyone else is just playing basic airsoft. So they're playing their style of game. It doesn't always work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're just going to run, you're going to get hit. So you're just running back and forth a lot versus just taking your time, squatting up, talking, creating a strategy or tactics. But it's fun with it. And I enjoy the boys that are doing it, and they're all good, really good kids. And, so I'm just helping them out. So they, the stuff's expensive. It's cheaper than live ammunition, but it's not cheap, and when you're a teenager or even a young adult spending money on this stuff, it can add up quickly if you're not paying attention. So just helping them out.
Yeah. When you first started, so you're familiar with the gun, as far as handling guns and stuff, but how was, when you first started out, like what was your first gun that you tried out? And then, was it difficult for you to figure out like the hop up thing and gears and, all that kind of stuff?
So the first time I ever played, I rented, like everyone. The field that we play at, my home field, the local field here, they got some really nice Tippmann guns that they rent. They're air powered. Nice. So I rented those. They give you one high cap, so you're spinning that wheel, which I thought was awesome because it was endless. And then you realize you don't know anything, and mid caps are a little bit more fun and a little bit different play, right? You're not sitting there spinning while you're engaging targets or threats or whatever. So I rented once, and then I went back a second time, and I think I borrowed one of my son's friends' M4s, played with that. It was fun, just a normal AEG. And then that was in the fall, and then that Christmas I just went online and bought a Colt licensed AEG that I played with in spring, and then I think I played with it for 3 months, and I decided I'm going HPA. So I HPA'd it, and so I did that, and I still have that gun. It's probably my most fun. It's long as hell. It's So I've got a really long gun and I have a really short M4 that I kind of go back and forth with on.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so
Now,
I
did you HPA the first one yourself?
no, so I had a shop do it. They completely screwed it up.
Oh shit,
Yeah, which
that's not good.
again, it's like these guys that are gun mechanics or whatever you want
Yeah,
to call them, they don't know what they're doing. They're
right.
going on YouTube and they're doing the same thing you can do, but you're paying them to go on YouTube. So they screwed it up. It was done by a shop, and I'm not going to name them, but I was
No,
pretty
that's fine.
upset about it. And so I have a buddy, my buddy Ralph, who I mentioned prior. You know, he used to play professional paintball in the late '90s and early 2000s, so he knows mechanics really well. And
Yeah.
so we just tore it apart, and he rebuilt it for me and got it running, and it ran flawlessly. Still
What do
does
you
to
what do
this
you
day.
got? What kind of engine you got in there?
So this one has a jack engine in it,
Okay.
and it works pretty good. I had problems with it like midsummer. Called
Hmm.
Polar Star. They sent me a kit to rebuild it. The nozzle got really loose. I was getting some really weird indirect patterns. Like BBs were just going everywhere. Didn't matter
Mm,
what I did. So they were really great. Sent me some parts, rebuilt it. Worked perfectly.
nice.
I've got a red line now that I'm going to throw into this other smaller gun that I've got.
Red line,
Uh,
is that Polar Star? I don't know.
no, red
I'm not
line. It's a guy out of
Wolverine.
Wisconsin. I think he's out of Wisconsin. Um, he makes like the regulators. I
Mm,
think that's when he first came out with regulators, but he's got a red line engine, which is excellent.
mm.
It's closed bolt. Is that what it's called? Where it's forward? I think it goes.
I'm not familiar.
There's
Yeah.
the whole back and forth. I mean, these kids know it. That's why every
I've
now and then
heard of
I'm like,
it. I don't know. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not a huge mechanics, understand the game. I just know it's like the reverse, where I think the jack goes forward, shoots, and then goes back. Where with the
Okay.
red line is forward, shoots, and then it does something. It's like a
So at
reverse.
the end of the cycle, it's still forward.
I believe so.
I
So it's a
gotcha.
little bit
Like
faster.
closed.
I mean, these
Okay.
triggers are like, I mean, it's like
Yeah, bro. For
barely
real.
touch it.
Uh-huh.
So I've got an AEG that I go back and forth with, that I like playing with too. That one's got a Perun in it. I don't know if you're familiar with the Perun setups. It's
No.
like a MOSFET,
Oh, okay.
programmable. And I'll be honest with you, if I knew the Perun type of setup with an AEG existed before I went HPA, I probably wouldn't have gone HPA.
Gotcha.
Because it can be just as quick. It's louder because of the
Mm,
mechanics of the motor,
yeah.
but it shoots quick. It's highly accurate, great setup, and it's much, 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 much cheaper than going HPA. So I would say anyone who's thinking about going HPA, look at going with a prune first,
Mm,
because you can adjust the trigger to be super soft and light,
yeah.
um, rate of fire and all this kind of stuff. It's pretty amazing what that little MOSFET itself can do to change the gun's mechanics.
Yeah. I remember when these guys got one. They're like, this thing's MOSFET, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what. I didn't know anything. I still don't know much about airsoft, to be honest. And
Nor do I.
so, and so I've ripped apart these gearboxes before and had springs flying everywhere, whatever. But I talked to a guy. One of my questions recently, like in the last 6 months, whatever, when I'm talking with people, as I'm learning all this stuff, how much time and money and energy these people put into fixing their guns and upgrading their guns and all this shit, I'm like, well, can is there a company that offers like a high end gun that's already upgraded that you can just get right out of the box and go play with that fucker for like 2 years and it's fine? Uh, and they're like, yeah, I mean, there's here and this and that. So the podcast that came out this morning, this guy I talked to last week, Airsoft Tundra,
Okay.
he's in Utah. He shows his gun and he's like, yeah, so I ordered this from Umbrella Armory. And I was like, yeah, I've heard of them. He's like, yeah, so this gun was $2,000. I'm like, what? Bro. He's like, no, no,
Yeah.
no, let me tell you. So he says this, all these different things that are on here. He goes, my friend bought one from them, same one, same type. It's been running without breaking for 6 years. I said, what? He's like, yeah, and they play all the time with it. I'm like,
Yeah.
holy shit. He said the motor wore out because they had um the old style motor. They put a brushless motor in there
Yeah.
just recently, and it'll run for a while. Like they don't have to upgrade. It's already got all the full upgrades in it. I was like, okay, that makes more sense. So, some people they get a bare bones gun they buy the upgrade parts with it sometimes, like right away. And then they start upgrading, instantly. I'm like, Jesus, bro, can you just buy a gun that is, gonna last for at least a year without breaking? Good Lord.
Yeah.
I see all these guys, the young kids get in there, the teenagers are like, man, this is awesome. I got a, whatever, Lancer Tactical, this and that. And I think when they first get into it, they don't realize they're going to be playing. They don't know if they're going to like it as much, or
Right.
as much as they do, I think.
Right.
And so they start out and they're like, yeah, I want to go. And then they go, and then they go and go and go. So every weekend, whatever. And after like the sixth time they go, their gun breaks. So it's just, I'm like, bro, can you just get a gun that just works out of the box, Like, so there are options,
Yeah.
but it can be very expensive.
Well, there's so many parallels with the airsoft industry than with the firearm industry.
I'm sure.
So in the firearm industry, people will be like, I just bought this 1911 brand X 6-pound trigger. It's crap. For it to work, I got to send it to a gunsmith, but I paid $800 for this 1911. Well, that's because they have attorneys, and the attorneys are requiring certain things to ship out of the plants. They're not going to send you a 2-pound trigger. It's too much liability. You can get hurt. So they're like, the attorneys are like, ship him an 8-pound trigger, a 6-pound trigger, and if he wants it lighter, that's on him.
Okay.
I think the airsoft industry, again, this is my own, by paying attention a little bit.
Right.
They're building these replicas, and these replicas, the triggers are just as bad as what's coming out of the factory, right? So if you got a Colt M4, it looks and feels like a Colt M4, trigger included. It's long, it's heavy. So if you're willing to play with this realistic firearm in airsoft, I think you're going to be fine. It's when you start saying, well, wait a minute, I want it to be shorter, I want it to be lighter, I want it to be faster. That's when you start monkeying with stuff and you start throwing money into it. But I would say half the time when kids or guys start screwing with the guns, they just ruin them. They're doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. They're in the gearbox. These gears are plastic in some cases. They're stripping them. They're filing teeth on the cylinder, and springs are in backwards. And so I tell everyone, my son included, because he loves tearing crap apart just to ruin it. I said, stop. We bought him a Barrett 50 BMG for his birthday.
Oh, nice.
Thing's massive. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I would say within 2 days he had it apart, and he just HPA'd it. I'm like, just leave it.
Oh my God.
Just leave it. Just leave it. And he couldn't. And so it was his to screw up, but he's just one of those guys. He wants to make it better and faster. In the competitive shooting world, guys would spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars trying to get a half second off of their times. What can I do to get a little bit faster? But the reality is, in shooting sports and in airsoft, there's one thing that's pretty consistent. At the end of the day, you're going home. You didn't make any money. Your bank account's exactly the same, and the people who loved you are going to love you just the same, whether you won or lost. So you're spending money for your own enjoyment. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you're not going to get anything out of it other than that. So if you have these grandiose ideas that, hey, if I become the best airsofter in the world because I spend this money, I'm going to make all this money. You're not going to do it. No. You can be, how do I say this? You can be the best male airsoft player in the world. But if some little female comes along who's attractive that plays airsoft, I'll bet you she has more likes. I bet you she has more follows, and I bet you she has more sponsors.
Oh, for sure.
Because that's what these brands want. They want somebody who's going to elevate the brand. And so just recognize it for what it is. And if you're going to put bad money, like I said, I mean, so before I had this gun built, I carried the Novrich in 2011, which is a great gun. Yeah. It was just heavy. And it's a secondary because I like to snipe. So it was a secondary. So it was really heavy on the hip, and the trigger's a little bit heavy. And so I just had Alex build this one at Psi Kappa. And it's awesome. And so you spend a little bit more money, but it's going to work. I have no questions that this gun will work forever unless I choose to screw it up. That's why I don't monkey with my own guns. I always have somebody who's smarter.
Yeah, for sure.
And I've gunsmith. I mean, I've built guns.
Oh, okay.
But I know how mechanically they work, but I also know my limits.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm sure the
I'll blame
internals are
myself.
way different than
Completely
real
different.
steel.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
completely different in real steel. But the thing is, if I'm on a field and it goes down, I'm blaming myself, right?
yeah.
You know, if I used to work on Glocks or Springfield XDs, I mean, it was real simple to get them work. And if once I would test fire and get them running again, I was fine. But with these guns, there's so many little watch mechanisms that have to be 100% every time from them to work.
Yeah.
If not, you're blowing motors, you're grinding gears, they're not shimmed right, or
Yeah.
hop ups and the bucking's torn, all these little goofy things that can happen. I guess that's the one thing with airsoft is the parts are relatively inexpensive.
Sure.
I mean, you pay what, $8 for a bucking, it costs you $20 to ship it. I mean, so it's like that
Yeah,
whole
right.
thing. I mean, you gotta like you gotta buy all your stuff in bulk because otherwise you're gonna get hammered on shipping. That's no one's fault. That's just the reality of it. But
Yeah.
it's relatively inexpensive to fix things. But my whole thing is get a gun, use the gun, enjoy the gun, and then if you want to do something with it, then really do your homework, figure out what other people have done with it. Because
Yeah.
as you know, these uppers and these lowers on these replicas, they're not the same. You think an M4 upper is the same? It's not. That engine, fusion, jack, you think it's going to work in all of them? No, it works in this one, but not that one.
Yep.
And these kids are like, they spend, they put this engine and they're like, why is it not working? It should be working. It's like, because it doesn't work in this upper, right? So you got to go get a new upper. Well, why? It should work. And it's like, because these are not mil spec, right?
No.
They're made to be toys. If you think about it, they're not made to be rebuilt and put these HPAs, and that's why like Wolverine sells fully built HPA guns, because they're purpose built.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Know?
So
yeah, when we first built, when JP on our channel, he got the Kythera when it first came out. So he got that from Polar Star, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna build this. I'm gonna HPA my gun," and I didn't know anything about it. So he's, telling me, well, we actually, he brought it over here. We filmed it and put it on our channel.
Okay.
How to kind of, and we showed like close-ups of him dremeling and, what to, and I was like, why do you have to Dremel? Like, I don't understand. And he's like, well, the Kythera doesn't fit, in this thing, whatever, once you take all the, you take the gears out and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, why not? Why didn't they make it to fit? And I didn't know. I mean, I was totally naive and ignorant to that, like what you just said. Like this cyber gun M4 is different than this whatever, Matrix or whatever other kind of brand M4. They look the same on the outside, but you open up the gearbox, that some things are just a little different.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? This stuff isn't standardized. Okay. So then I'm like, oh, holy shit, no wonder people are having so much, so many issues with trying to rebuild their own guns, because, and I'm like, well, isn't there like a instructional video on this and that? And I'm like, they're like, well, on this one there is, but not on this particular one we have. I'm like, Jesus, bro.
Right. Your V2 gearbox is different because it was cider gun, and you're dremeling out a pin that was holding the gear that, I mean, and this is exactly. And like I said before, the shop that screwed up my build.
Yeah.
While I blame them only because they took my money and they were supposed to be the expert, it was probably the first time working with that gearbox. It was, so it just, there's a lot of things going against you. And so that's what I'm saying. You have to, before you start saying, I'm going to buy an engine for $350 and you think that's the end of it. I mean, that's the start of it.
That's the start.
You got 350 plus another 50 plus another 60 plus 100. Now you got a $1,200 gun.
Oh, and it doesn't work.
And it doesn't work. And that's why I tell, there's a little kid at the field earlier in the fall, and he said, oh, I want to get an HPA and I want to build an HPA. I'm like, here's what you want to do. Go to a local store, go to the boneyard and buy a $5 plastic up and a lower and just start with that. And then you can, because it's $5. It's plastic. You can screw with it and then start going. I said, don't go and buy a $250 AEG just to tear it apart. Because now you got $800 into it, $900 into it. Just buy some crap that somebody else is selling. It's plastic. You can drill on it. Didn't cost you a lot of money. Now you can build it up to be whatever you want it to be. And so, because I've seen it the other way, right? These kids will go out and they'll buy a Thompson, right? They'll buy a Thompson submachine gun. And they want a HPA. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Sure.
But
it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
If
And
you
again,
have the
that's
time and the money and and you're good at tinkering, then it could be okay.
but by the way, they don't have the time. They certainly
No,
don't have the money.
no, no.
Like they got their allowance, they got their birthday money, they're throwing into
Uh-huh.
these things.
Yep.
The ones that are older that have the means, they're the ones you can tell that are just like, I'm gonna buy a gun, like the one you mentioned from Umbrella. It's
Yeah.
delivered to me. Yes, it was a lot of money, but I'm not gonna have any worries about it.
Yep.
Versus frustrations. And
For
so
sure.
yeah, I mean, it's just that's all part of it. But this is again, I don't care. Same thing with a car, right? I mean, you can don't
Yeah.
go and buy a car just to tear out the engine and soup it up, and now you get problems for the rest of your
Oh
life
God.
with it. Just let it
Well,
be.
one of the guy I was talking to recently, Reaper, R1 Reaper. He loves sport bikes. He's got an R1, and he's like, as far as hobbies go, airsoft is fairly cheap compared to what,
Absolutely.
he's like, I put $500 into my motorcycle. That doesn't do shit. I put $500 into my airsoft stuff. That gives me a lot. So it's relative, obviously. But yeah, for sure. Now, your pistol, how did you know what to tell Psi Kappa? Like, did you have to tell him specific pieces or parts, or you just said, "Hey, I want a pistol in this model or format, and I just don't want to have to worry about it. I want it to shoot good." What.
It's a good question. So again, when I was competing, now to go to a gunsmith, I would say I want you to build a gun that will win. That's all I'd say. I wouldn't tell him what
Gotcha.
parts to use. I wouldn't tell him how to build it. That's on him.
Gotcha.
I'm paying you $1,500 or $3,000 to build a gun. It better run. And I'm coming to you because you're the best. Same thing with Alex. I mean, I just chatted with Alex and said, listen, I want a 2011 IDPA, as they're called, in Airsoft. I said, I want it to work. I said, I don't care what internals you use as long as they're the best internals that aren't going to fail me on the field. And he's like, I gotcha. And that's what he did. He went out and he put the parts in the gun that he believes are the best for it. Now, if I spent twice the money, could the parts be a little bit different? Probably, but it's not what I was looking for. I just wanted a gun that was going to work. I mean, it doesn't have a purple slide. It's not heavily skeletonized. It's got a red trigger and it's got a fiber optic front and it's got a Bomar style adjustable rear. Other than that, it's black.
Yeah.
But it works, and that was the thing, is I just told him at the end of the day, it just better work. And Alex is like, it's going to work. He was so funny about it with the trigger. I said, listen, I want to get a lighter trigger on it. He goes, Scott, I'll tell you what, if you don't like the trigger, send back the gun. I'll give you your money back. That was his thing. If you don't like the trigger, and the trigger's perfect. It's light, it's easy, and it's crisp. But that was it. I mean, when you work with professionals, anyone in that matter, if you're going to them because they're the professional. Don't go to them just to tell them what to do. Because I'll tell you what, if you're building something for me, say, E-Rock, I want you to do this, but I want you to do this, this, and this, and you do it as I said, guess what happens when it doesn't work? You're going to say, but Scott, you told me that's what you want.
Right.
I would have done it this way, but you said do it this way. So you're getting mad at me, but you're the one that spec'd it out. So that's why I just say, you're the expert.
Yeah.
This is what I want the end product, how I want the function. How you get to that is on you. Let me know the price and let me know when it's ready. And that's just how I function. And I figured out early, doing a lot of things, and just, you have to rely on the people who are experts. And by the way, the real experts, not the kid in his, in his basement who's putting guns together on kits. He's not the expert. Yeah. No disrespect to him. He's learning or she's learning, but again, he's not a professional. Alex, there's builders out there. This is what they do for a living. They built hundreds, if not thousands of these that just work. And plus, I'll tell you this too. The reason I went to Alex for this, he was a competitive player. And so what I noticed, and I, again, going back to the firearm stuff, when you buy guns from people who compete, they build them for competition. My competition guns have hundreds of thousands of rounds through them. Off the shelf gun won't have that. It won't work. You have to fix it. So the same thing with this. I wanted a gun built by someone who competes because they know what components are going to hold up to the level of play that it has to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you just buy a Glock off the shelf, it'll run, but eventually the springs are going to break. So you got to fix them up. You got to tune it a little bit to be a little bit more efficient so it wears down or you're going to shoot out the barrel. So again, that's why I went to Alex's side. He's a good guy and I really enjoy it. And I've only used it twice now out in play. I've never ran it as a primary. That's that's what I'll do I just carry it when I snipe but it's a ton of fun.
Well,
And
how
he was
did
really
you find out
respectful.
about him? Somebody told you, or you just searched it?
It could have been I think it was Mike, the other Airsoft dad.
Oh, yeah.
I think Mike posted something or liked one of Alex's builds, and I'm like, oh, and then it kind of died in the vine at
Research.
that point. And then I
Yeah.
circled back a few weeks later and said, you know what, I want to get a high kappa built. And I did some research, and then I just kept coming back to Psi Kappa, and I'm like, let me reach out to the guy and say what I wanted to do. And yeah, we just chatted a couple times and said, this is what I want. Like I said, I didn't tell him what to do. I just said, this is what I wanted. And
Right.
what the end result is up to you. You're the expert, and just do it. And
That's good to have.
Yeah. He built it and shipped it.
Somebody like that.
Yeah. I mean, and put it this way, if it doesn't work, he's going to make it work. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, he's not going to say, well, you're on your own. He's going to say, ship it back to me. I'll tear it down. I'll put it back together, and we'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
So
I remember fairly early, I guess probably a year into our channel, one of the guys, one of our viewers sent me a pistol to upgrade for him. And it was real basic. And the pistol was nice. It was custom, real pretty colors and stuff. But he wanted a short stroke kit. He sent that as well. Now, what he originally sent us was the tag-in grenade launcher.
Okay.
So the tag-in grenade launcher he had bought, and this thing's like $600. It's a little underbarrel mount, right? Heavy duty steel machined. This thing is a really, really nice launcher. And it takes those tag-in grenades, the 40 millimeters that shoot out of them. Those things are rifled, and they shoot far as hell, bro.
Yeah, they do.
And so he actually sent a couple Reaper rounds with it, the explosive rounds, and a couple of chalk rounds and dummy round, or two dummy rounds. Well, anyway, he sent this pistol with it as well, and he's like, "Hey, if you have time, could you fix this?" I can't. He said I had it custom built from a shop. It was very expensive, like $1,200 or something like that. And it won't shoot, and I can't figure out why. And if you can fix it, can you put this short stroke kit in it? So anyway, I tear it down. The nozzle, and I can't remember the names of the part. I used to work on all these all the time, but the nozzle didn't have the hole in it to where the BB feeds in. It was defective. So, like, from the shop. So I pull this nozzle out, and I'm trying to look at it. Now, I didn't know, because I hadn't had that much experience with all these guns. I looked at a lot of, fixed some gearboxes and stuff for my boys. Right. But anyway, so I pulled this nozzle out, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's wrong with this thing? So I had I still have like 6 or 7 pistols in the shed that we got in mystery boxes. So I pulled the other one out, another one out, and I look at and I hold them up to each other. I'm like, oh, holy shit. Yeah, duh. There's no hole in the bottom for, where the BB feeds in. I was like, bro. So I texted him. I was like, and I sent him a picture of it. So anyway, I swapped the nozzle out. It was fine. I put the short stroke kit in there. But these things happen when sometimes you get people, the build and everything else on the gun was fine. Yeah. It was just that one oversight. They probably just have a big bin of them, and it was just defective. I mean, anything's mass produced is going to be, you're going to have that margin of error or whatever. But, so nothing on the shop, they just didn't notice it. But I'm thinking, well, there is something on the shop that they didn't test it before they sent it out. Right. So that's a problem.
They probably just went pop, 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 and then it was done. That was their level of testing,
Yeah, that's true.
Well, but put this way, if you're going to, I don't know what shop rates are for techs. Let's say they're $50 an hour. I don't know what they are, but let's say $50 an hour, and took you 2 hours, made $100. You're not making a lot of money, right? Doing this. So you put a magazine in, you shoot it into a garbage can, it's shot, you put it in a box, ship it to the customer. Is that enough testing? Probably not. Right. But I also believe that a lot of these technicians, because the amount that they're charging, because the amount the market bears, they don't have a lot of time to do the level of testing they probably should be doing. Does that make sense?
That's true.
Yeah. Right. They're not going to spend $30 on BBs. They're not going to spend a bunch of money on green gas or CO2. So they're going to just go pop, 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 shoot in the garbage can at work, put in a box and ship it to you and hope to God it doesn't come back to me.
Right.
And like in my case with the shop that built my gun, it was, the nozzle was too short. There was just little goofy things that I didn't know until my buddy Ralph tore it down and said, this is the problem with the gun. And they should have caught it, but they didn't. Right. So again, this is why, again, I'm really cautious on who I get stuff from. You mentioned umbrella, there's some kids that played our fields. They have some umbrella guns. They're really great. There's a company called Fatco Customs. I don't know if you've heard of them. I think he's out of Illinois actually, and he builds custom AEGs, and they're, I think $1,200-1,300, but they run.
Right.
He tears them down and he puts, good batteries, good gears, good, everything's good. Right. So you spend a little bit more money. It's not a $250 AEG. It's a $1,200 AEG, but it's going to run and it's going to last. But you just want to just do your work. It's like this too. And again, I keep going back to the real steel world. Most people buy their first pistol, second pistol, third. They usually buy the wrong guns. They're buying a Glock because cops carry Glocks, or they're buying a CZ because this guy carried a CZ or shot a CZ and it looked good for me. But until you get out there and really shoot different firearms and figure out what's best for you and your mechanics and your size, your hands and your eyes and all that stuff, you're going to buy the wrong equipment. And I think that's the same thing with airsoft. People are running out and buying it because everyone's talking about this MP7, and everyone goes buy an MP7 and realize I hate the MP7 and now I got to sell it on Hop Up or wherever at a loss. And just slow down. I mean, enjoy yourself, enjoy the sport, enjoy different things, and try stuff before you buy it. Don't blow your allowance just on something because you think it looks cool, because you're gonna regret it.
Well, I've had people say that on here, like, because I'm asked, what kind of advice you give somebody that's new, that's just getting into it or whatever, or hasn't played and they want to start. And they're like, one of the most common things I've heard is just what you said, try it first. Like, go to a field, rent, just be a rental, like rent some stuff, try out these different things. First of all, go see if you like the sport of airsoft anyway, so go try it out a couple times, and then you can, if you really think, hey, I think I want to do this more, then you can look into getting your own gun, because, well, there's people that go out. There's been a couple, people I've talked with that their friends went out with them and they didn't have the same experience. Like, they just didn't like it. Yeah. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't mind going, but it's not something I really feel like I want to do all the time.
Right.
So they return a gun, or they try to sell it on Hop Up, because they bought one to go, and they bought all this, mask and whatever. So yeah, that's good advice, man, for real.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to, the player has to take it upon themselves to get the equipment that's best for the player. And you do that by borrowing and trying.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I believe, if you've got young players, I think the parent has to play a role in that too. Sure. Instead of you just buying the kid the rifle on his Christmas list because he put it there, do some research.
Yeah.
This last summer, we were, the year before, there's this kid that always came out by himself. And like I said, we pulled him in. He played with us. His name was Ryan. Well, this past year, his mom came up and she goes, "Hey, can I talk to you for a minute?" So I was talking to her for like 30 minutes, and she's like, "Ryan's asking me for all this stuff. What do you think?" And I gave her my opinion. And I didn't want to burst Ryan's bubble. He wasn't there. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't think he needs it, right? I don't think that's the right thing. I think you guys can do something better with your money and get the same net result. And she really appreciated it. Right now, what she ended up doing, I don't know exactly, but my point is, as parents, we have to do the research too. If we just can't buy it because the kid says it, because again, if you spend $250 on a rifle for Christmas and 3 months later the kid's selling it on a Hop Up for $99, he doesn't care. He's getting $99, but you're just out $150, right?
Exactly.
Right? So he wins. It's like this: like, you go to college and you buy books. Mom and dad gave you the money to buy $1,000 in books. You go to the bookstore, you sell them for $50. Now you have $50 in beer money. You're ahead as far as you're concerned.
Oh God, for real?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So just, you have to really pay attention on what you're buying and do some research. And
well, when you were saying that, I started laughing because, when you're the parent, like, if you're your kid asks for this gun or whatever, maybe help them do some research first to figure out, don't just get them that. Well, when you said that, I started laughing because I saw this clip on like Instagram Reels or something.
Okay.
This, bro, it's got to be the funny. I laughed out loud for fucking 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't usually do that, watch a reel over and over. So it's this kid on Christmas, and I think they're in England or something. He's got an accent like that, British accent. He's probably 7 or 8 years old, and it's Christmas morning, and the mom's filming him, and he opens up the package, and it's a scooter, and he goes,
"Oh, he wants a bike."
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that was hilarious.
This is the first time I've seen it. I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm like, when you said, maybe don't buy him just what he asked for, I'm like, oh, this kid asked for a bike, he got a scooter. And he's like, fucking hell. I hate fucking Christmas.
Well, and again, I think there's a couple things, you can question how the kids being parented, the way he acted or overreacted, the lack of appreciation. Dude. But yeah, I mean, you.
Oh, if my son would have said that at 7 years old, I would have smacked the shit out of him.
Of course. Yeah, different time. But I mean, you again, as parents, if you're not involved in the sport, like let's just take baseball, right? If your kid says, I want a baseball bat and I want this baseball bat, and you go buy it, there's a chance you're going to be fine. But maybe there's a different bat, less money, maybe better for his, speed of, swing, length, whatever. My point is just put a little bit of thought into it. Actually make it a decision as a parent, right? Be a parent and say, involved. You know what? Yeah, be involved. And I think you're going to grow closer from it. That was a mistake I made early on with Airsoft because I was just distracted doing my other stuff with my young one. And he had a neighbor boy he really was close with, so they played together. So Braden just bought stuff, or we would buy stuff for him. And primarily because when he talked to us about it, he was so confident and so knowledgeable. It's like, he did the research.
Right.
Right. Because these kids, man, they know everything about every gun. Yeah. I mean, from the video games, it's unbelievable. The knowledge base they have on stuff. So it's like, well, hell, he's already done the work. If it's $200, fine. We'll talk about it. It's Christmas, birthday, work your ass off, get some money and do it yourself. But yeah, you just got to be involved a little bit. And, and it's the other thing too. It's like equipment in general, right? Like, I think that when these kids come to the field with certain, when they're under 18, they got a full mask on and they buy these $10 masks off Amazon. It's just a bad idea. These little kids are fogging up. Oh, and the parents don't know because they just think it's going to protect them.
Sure.
But the kid's whole day is shot because he can't see anything because it's all fogged up, So there's times where we'll go up to little kids and say, listen, you're not going to play with this mask today. Let's go to the rental and we'll see if they'll borrow you one for the day because you're not going to see anything.
Oh yeah.
You're going to look like Boba Fett, but you're not going to see anything.
Right?
Right. You may look cool,
sometimes
but you see nothing.
It's what is it? Function over form or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Dye masks are probably one of the best things to run.
Absolutely.
For fogging or not fogging, I guess. That we've seen and with people I've talked with, especially if somebody wears glasses. I was talking to this guy Saturday, young guy, 18 years old. Just graduated high school last year. He's got a shit ton going on, man. Very confident. The way he speaks and stuff. And I think there's a big difference with, I kind of was surprised, I think, because a lot of the younger generation are like, they're very, a lot of times they're nervous, withdrawn, they're, whatever. And this guy is like, he's racing BMX for like 10 years. He works at the BMX field or track for his full time. He works like 50 hours a week already. He's doing, he plays Airsoft. He goes fishing every weekend with his dad. He works with his dad. His dad got him into, his dad used to play paintball. He is busy as hell. And I said, wow, man, you are the first person of your generation I've talked with that doesn't just sit around and play video games. He's like, yeah, I don't have time. He goes, I love it. I love being busy. I love being out there doing this, doing that. And you can tell a difference, with that, that kind of thing. But one of the things he said with the BMX, he wears glasses, and I said, so what kind of helmet do you have to wear for, to accommodate glass? He's like, I don't wear my glasses when I race because they fog up. I can't get around it. He's like, either way, I'm not going to see. So I just race half blind. So, yeah, but fogging up is such an issue, bro.
Totally.
With, it's so crazy that, we have all this technology out and nobody can figure out a plastic composite or whatever that doesn't fog up. I don't get
Well,
it.
as you know, it's the airflow, right? You have to
Right.
design something where the air will flow so it doesn't. So, you can get the X fogs and you can add stuff to it, right? But then you're putting extra money into something. So you got a $10 helmet, you're going to put on a X number of dollars X fog to make it not fog up.
Yeah.
I think the dye masks, they work so great because they, the guy who created the dye mask is an old school paintballer, right? From the 90s. And
Yep.
he grew up doing it. I think it's David Youngblood was the guy that owned dye at one
okay.
point, but he built it around his own experiences.
Right.
So when you buy equipment that's from a company that's been around, but going back to this, who's a competitor that says playing paintball, the foggy mask sucks, I'm going to figure this out.
Yeah.
And they, through trial and error and through a lot of money and R&D on their side, they figured it out. So that's why when you spend a couple $100 on a dye mask, you're paying for 30 years, right, of knowledge.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, if you go out and buy that $50 mask on Amazon, you're going to use it once and you're like, it's going back or it's going in the trash. And now you're going out to spend $200 on the dye mask. So just,
Well, I worked in this factory years ago that built windows, right? Like
Yep.
double, triple pane windows. And one thing I learned at this place was that they inject argon
Yep.
in between the panes. And I was like, why are you guys like, because I was working maintenance there, and I walked back in the end process where they're putting the panels together.
Mhm.
And I go, what are you guys injecting in? They have the big tanks, and of course we lug around tanks, acetylene torches and shit.
Sure.
We're cutting, but and he goes, yeah, we're putting argon in between these. I said, really? What's that for? He's like, so it doesn't create, it stops the condensation from inside the. I'm like, what? So when I'm hearing about, these guys playing, and, I was in the military from 89 to 93. We didn't have goggles.
No.
We didn't have any of that shit. It was, when they went over to the Iraq and Afghanistan, all that, that's when they started getting, all the visors and the goggles and all that
Right.
kind of shit. We never had them when I was in. So we didn't have eye protection. We barely used ear protection on the range. And it was, there was none of this gear. We didn't have all the gear that they wear today. We had a basic setup, H harness and
Yep.
war belt and all that kind of shit, but flak jacket. But it was, we never had to worry about eye protection. They're like, well, if you get debris in your eye, okay, whatever. But these guys started playing, and my son started playing airsoft, and they're like, and they both wear glasses. And they're like, oh, this fogging thing and this and that, I'm like, what? They don't have so the X fog, they bought X fog, that goes in because they do mil sims.
Yep.
So 3-day mil sims, whatever. And so that's a great setup. The X fog.
It is. Yeah.
It's great. If you're not, yeah. So it's a good setup. But I'm always thinking like they can't come up because I thought of this window factory where they're injecting this thing to compensate for condensation, whatever. I'm like, I mean, it's the same principle. I mean,
Absolutely.
fogging up in is condensation.
Right.
And I'm like, can't they figure out a way to, I don't know. So anyway,
But I think the big
only
thing
option
is
is the airflow.
you think about with the window with the argon gas, it's between the panes because you don't want condensation between the panes.
Right.
So, right. So what it does, it helps stabilize the temperature of the glass so it doesn't condense on the ins and the outs, but it's really between the panes. That would be the
True.
big problem.
That's
And I think
true.
there are airsoft masks that have the dual panes and it helps with that a little bit,
Okay.
but it just isn't going to work. And so I think that it goes back to my point. If you're going to solve a problem, you got to be willing to spend a lot of money to come up with the solution.
Yeah.
I'll give an example, and I don't know these guys, and I really respect what they're trying to do. this Blue Mag company. You've heard of them with the BBs and.
Oh yeah, I had Austin on here a couple
Okay,
times.
did you?
Actually.
I've never
Yeah,
met
I do.
them, but I really respect what they're trying to do as a company, try to make domestic made BBs.
Absolutely.
And I know they're spending a lot of money to try to figure this out. And I hope and I pray for them that they're going to solve the problem before they run out of money.
Yeah.
Because it's not inexpensive. You got to make the tooling. You got to get the material down. It's trial and error. You're paying somebody to do it. Countless hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours of R&D. And then you hope that you get to a product that you can bring to market that's at a price point that's acceptable to the consumer, because in the end, these things are going in the dirt, right? So
yeah, for sure.
there's a lot of guys that want to buy American, and I'm one of them.
Yep.
But when you're a young kid and you can buy a BBs for $12 versus $32, you're going to buy the $12 BB. So I really respect what Blue Mag's trying to do, and I really hope they can pull it off. But it's the same point with the mask, is somebody can solve the problem, but how much money are they willing to spend to do it?
True.
And then is the market going to react and say, okay, I'm going to buy it? And really, if you think of it, dye is it's the bronze, gold, and platinum standard, right? So if you're going to compete with dye, you better really be on your game, because they're already 30 years in front of you. So the rest of them just come out with something mediocre out of APAC, and it's crap, and it's going to fog up and whatever. I mean, and that's the thing too, is, as airsoft players, when players get there that are less experienced, or they get there with the wrong equipment, or the wrong equipment for that field, right?
Yeah.
Help them out. If a kid's walking out there with an Elite Force hater, right? A little revolver, and
I love that gun.
I do too. No, it's nothing against the gun, but I'm saying it's a huge field course.
Right.
That's probably not the right equipment for this right field. So maybe
you got 8 shots?
Exactly. Right. So maybe lend him an extra AG and say, let's play with this one right now. Because he doesn't know. He just shows up. That's what he's got, right? Grandma gave him a hater and he's out there playing with it. Or but we have to be looking out for each other. It's the same thing with I don't know, maybe I'm wrong doing this, but like when we play, especially if I'm sniping, when I snipe, I'll never, in very few cases will I shoot a rental. A kid with a rental, especially younger kids. One, it hurts.
Sure.
2, I know the map better than they do.
Right.
And 3, I want them to come back.
Well, it's not fun.
It's not.
It's not competition. There's nothing.
He's not challenging me, or she's not challenged. So let them be. If somebody else wants to light them up, that's on them. But if I got a little 12-year-old bunkered behind a blue barrel and he's wide open, I just let him be. It's like, I'm going after the guys that are running their mouth, and I got a funny story on that, but the guys that are running their mouth, and the guys that show up on a team, right? This happened 3 years ago. I'm sorry for getting on a tangent. This, because it's just so funny. These guys showed up once in a team, loud, all dressed in black, bump helmets, comms, everything. Running their mouth. So we're on this field. The field's called Fallout. It's like a downed spaceship. It's like a UFO crash type thing. Really cool. At our field. So we're out there, and this guy, we're in the safe zone. He's just running his mouth. It's like, dude, we're going to smoke these guys. We're going to smoke them, and blah, blah, blah. So I got my Novrich SSG 10. So I go to my son and my buddy. I go, I'm hunting that guy. I'm just going to find him. Like, that was my whole thing. And it's like, and I don't usually play that way, but I was just so angry because there's all these little ones out there, right? All these other players, like, who are you going to run? Right? All of these, the lollipop gang. I mean, come on. It's like, yeah, you're a grown ass man. You're in your 30s. I get it. So
it's so weird. Yeah.
So he comes running across this building we call it the Crusher, and he's out behind these things and hit him right in the cheek. I didn't mean to. I meant, hit him in the chest, but it hit him in the face, and he didn't like it. Well, then he comes out, goes to spawn, comes right back out, same exact spot. And now my son's next to me. He's like, Dad, you gonna hit him? I'm like, of course. Shot him again, right? But this time I hit him in the shoulder, and he's like, I'm shooting 4 6s, and
oh shit, hell
yeah. So at the end of the game, he's back in the safe zone, but he's not talking. He didn't go anywhere. Like, he literally could go nowhere. It was my field, right? I knew where you could go.
Right.
He wasn't going anywhere. So my point is, like, don't be the guy that's running your mouth. That's gonna, everyone's out there to have fun. If this is the way you get off, then just do it quietly, right? But don't go say, dude, we're gonna smoke them, because these guys never came back. None of them ever came back, and they're local. I mean, I know they play other fields because other people talk about them. They never
Yeah.
came back, and it's a shame because I want them to come back, but they were just totally rude about it.
I guess when I first start talking with people and I hear this similar story, more often than honestly, more often than I thought I would.
I know it's terrible, right?
And I mean, if you've seen some of the videos that I do and people I talk with, this is throughout the world.
Absolutely.
Okay? And I'm like, this is a common thing where you get people that are in their late 20s, like grown men, grown males, okay,
Sure.
that are actually enjoying just dominating the field against 12 and 14-year-olds that are
Right.
brand new into airsoft. I'm like, what kind of shallow kind of, bro, like, I just don't get it, man. I
But
don't get it. I just,
what's weird to me is like they're so far removed to forget how they were 15 years prior, right?
no, like
when they were the
you really
12-year-old,
feel good.
right?
Like you feel good about if that makes you feel good about yourself, man, you seriously got some problems.
I agree.
Okay. You
And that's
better
why I
get out
hunted 'em.
there and do some fucking push-ups and go run, 5 miles and see what you're made of. Okay. Cause bro, this is like, it's really disgusting to me to hear these stories where adults are doing that and feeling good about it. I'm going, so in somebody, I talk, a handful of people have said it, but this comparison, this is one of the only sports where you have, the biggest age range, right, that play together on the same field at the same time. So if you went to a basketball court, like even pickup games, like down the street, if they're, a local school or something, like on the weekends, if there's guys out there playing, shooting hoops or whatever, most of them are going to be around the same age.
Right.
And if there's like these guys are 20 and they're all playing together, every Wednesday night or something, and two guys show up that are like 15, they're not going to fucking go balls to the wall and slam the ball in their face and feel good about it.
Right.
They're going to, maybe they'll teach them a lesson here and there, with that, but they're going to really be like, dude, you don't, it's like when you have toddlers around, your 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, they're like, Dad, I can beat you at this, and you're like, yeah, you can, son. Yep. You're right.
Yeah.
Like it's a joke,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I know you can, and I will let you win.
Right.
So you feel good, and they build like you're teaching them. These
Right.
guys that go out here and play against, in the airsoft field, that I can't wrap my head around it. Honestly, that I want to punch him in the face, dude. I'm like, what are you doing?
The thing is, believe me, I've lost my cool a couple of times in the airsoft field, and I was embarrassed for it. But the problem is, there's a lot of testosterone going on out there.
Sure.
People are getting up. One time, I was in the spawn, and the other team came up and just kept shooting us. It angered me. But the thing is, what I don't like about airsoft is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What I don't like about playing in those conditions are, let's say you've got 30 on 30, right? 60 people playing, the teams are split 30 each. Half the kids are rentals. These kids are first time out. There are 6 buddies that are out for a birthday party, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if 20% of your team is sitting in the spawn because they're petrified, how much fun is it for you as a team, for the opposing players, but them in general? Like, when these little ones are in there, we say, my buddy Ralph and I, even Braden, my son, he'll say, hey, come with me. We'll grab one of them. You're going to follow me around. I'll keep you alive. Follow me. That's the game, because we want them coming back. The sport grows when people play. The sport doesn't grow when they stay home or they choose to do something else, like play video games.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be the tough guy that's running with the $300 plate carrier, which, the $200 bump helmet. I mean, for Christ almighty, guys, we're shooting plastic BBs. You really need a plate carrier?
Come on. That plate carrier is awesome. Okay.
I get it. That's the whole the cosplay side of it.
Right.
But sometimes, they put this gear on, all of a sudden they're freaking MEAL Team 6 out there.
Yeah.
And, they're like, we're going to run it. I'm like, you're not going to run it. Because now we're going to find you. My buddy Ralph, the one I told you plays professional paintball, he's hilarious. He's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. But when he gets on the field and the ref says, go, 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 his brain changes. He goes back 20, 30 years from paintball where he's calling your hits because that was the game back then. He played when they played for money. Like they would go to Brazil and play in a tournament for a week, right? It was all money. So he would call hits and guys get mad at him. I'm like, Ralph, you got to cut this shit down. And it's like, I'm trying, but it's like my brain.
Yeah.
So people get upset with him. But he's funny because when these guys come around, we're always like, all right, we're going to take them. You guys get everyone else. Like we'll go hunt it. Not that we're awesome or we're going to kill them, but we're going to just give them the pressure that they don't think they're going to have. Because they look at us, we're old men. What are we going to do? Like, I don't run a plate carry. I usually run a t-shirt. I've got some pants. I don't, I've got a vest like when I run for mags and stuff, but I'm not all tacked out. I'm not the tactical Tommy like some of these guys are. So we just play the game. My buddy Ralph's in a t-shirt and a bandana, and we just look like old men out there. But
yeah, that's funny, man. Well, I've had people, speaking of that, like that kind of that ego or whatever, that where these guys get geared up and they go on these mil sims, they go on the field and they're like, I've been playing airsoft for 7 years, I do this, whatever, and I've had a couple people turn down being on the podcast, and I didn't know at the time why, but I found out later it's because I've never played airsoft. So I started this channel. I don't know if you know that. I started this channel because my sons got into it.
Sure.
And I was coming out of being paralyzed for a couple of years with an illness, whatever. So once I was able to walk, I started the YouTube channel. I started filming all their shit. And so
they wouldn't be on your channel because you yourself didn't play?
Yes. So they're experienced and I did. So they're like, why am I going to be, why they couldn't understand why I'd be, whatever. And I'm going, bro, I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years, active duty. That trumps your 7 years of airsoft when you weren't in the military. Okay. Like I have all that in the background. Like it's the same. And I played paintball for 6 years. So, there's some similarities just because I didn't actually play on a field, but, I've shot these guns. I've worked on them. I got shot by them in our backyard, so it's, it's funny because I've said this a handful of times on here where I tell people, when they find out I didn't play airsoft, I'm like, when I first started doing these podcasts, I was a little self-conscious about it because of that. What I don't say on, to follow that up is, but, I'm not, there's a lot of comparisons with military service, paintball experience. And then, so I can relate to a lot of things. I don't have to, first off, I don't mind that I don't know things. I'm very open to learning. So if I ask somebody, hey, what about this? Or, oh, what is that? I don't know what that is, and they're like, you don't know what this is? I'm like, I'm sorry. Just tell me, what is it? And, so I don't mind that, it's okay. I don't have to be the smartest. I don't have to have the most.
But you don't have this show because you have all the answers.
No,
you have the show because you want to learn.
Exactly.
Just like your audience. And so, so we always, you always want to have somebody on the other side of that screen that knows a little bit more than you do.
I'm always wanting to learn. I love learning. When you said earlier about like watching videos and stuff, I'm exactly the same way. I want to spend my time learning stuff. So if I'm watching a video, I have a hard time scrolling through videos that are just for like funny, it's enjoyable.
Sure.
Like that one I was talking about earlier, it's fun, but, I really look for things that I can learn. So I learned construction tips, working on car tips, I'm working on my Jeep right now. I got to pull the exhaust manifold off and replace it, that kind of thing. So I'm always trying to learn things. I don't watch a lot of TV, especially sitcoms. Cause to me, like the laugh thing in the background is pointless, bro.
It is.
Like what am I learning here? So I really
you also grew up with sitcoms that were real sitcoms back in the day.
But
like the
Archie
Jeffersons
Bunker, bro,
and Archie,
Three's
All in the
Company.
Family. Yeah, like shows that
All in the Family
made you laugh. You didn't need the laugh track to say, okay, now you're supposed to be laughing. Yeah,
right.
So we grew up in a different era.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't
Sanford and Son.
so one of the greatest shows ever.
Right?
I mean, the stuff, the lines, Red Fox was so great. I mean, I think what has to happen in airsoft, I believe, is we all have to stop being prima donnas. And we all have to remember that we were a rental once too. And I think some of the older players, some of them figure it out.
Yeah.
What I don't like is when these teams roll up and today they're going to run this field and they think that, you know, we've got the tack gear, we've got the equipment, we've got the expertise, we've been playing for 7 years. By the way, what does that even mean, 7 years? Did you play once, 7 times over 7 years? Right.
How many times have you played?
Exactly.
Right.
If you told me I played 7,000 games, I'm like, okay, that's pretty impressive. But
well,
anyway,
it's like earlier you said about your gun, you have 100,000 rounds through it. Oh no, I've had my gun for 7 years. Okay. Yeah. How many times you shot it, bro?
Right. The 3 rounds that came out of the factory, that's the 3, right? But it's like you have to all of us just have to settle down, and boil it down to the simple fact that this is a game, and it's more fun when other people are playing our game. And I enjoy like when female players come out because it changes how it's so funny. You may have seen this when your boys were playing. When a girl enters into a safe area, they stop swearing, they're acting a little bit more grown up. They're not being boys anymore. They're trying to men up because there's a girl in the cage with them, right? So we got to get more female players. But we just have to stop being just dumb. Like on my logo, I don't know if you can see it. It just says, don't be a jerk. Like that's my tag.
I did see that on your channel. Yes. And you say that in your videos.
I say it. Yeah. I said, don't be a jerk. And actually I stole that from my wife. Like that's her mantra. Like when our kids were babies, we're like, just don't be a jerk. Now she sometimes when they got older used a different word instead of jerk. Sure. But it carries through. It's like the golden rule.
It is the golden rule.
Don't be a jerk. If you're going to be a jerk, people are going to treat you like a jerk. And by the way, if you're going to be a jerk, no one likes you, no one wants to play with you, you're never going to come back. So how much fun did you have? Yeah. So just don't be a jerk. And that's the whole part of it. So just if we all promote each other, build each other up, share equipment. If a guy's battery runs down on the field, give him a battery. Don't not give him a battery because he's got a different color armband on. Just don't be stupid, right?
Oh, hell no. On the field? Fuck that guy. He's the enemy, okay?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, so like the last couple of days, like I've been really thinking about content. And I'm, like I said, and I did these things where I got really nerdy on math with sniping and stuff like that.
Dude, that was awesome, by the way. Yes.
Thank you. And I started doing this because back in high school, when you actually had 3 sport athletes and I played football, I had a football coach. He said, Scott, you're a really good linebacker. He goes, but you'll be a great linebacker if you learn the science of the game. And I didn't know what that meant, but then I learned what that meant and I got better because I knew the science. And I started thinking about that with airsoft. And there's a lot of things that players know, but they don't understand the why, the context, right?
Yeah.
So like what is a minimum engagement distance? Why does it matter? And so that's why I did the one today, or I did the one with, why does a sniper set up at 100 feet minimum versus you and, for MED and what does the BB travel look like? And, our headshots, kicking Mustang, this poor guy, I don't know him, but every time I go on his channel, like people are beating up on him because they think he's like a headhunter. And I think it's like,
bro,
if I got you from here to here, 50% of my target is your face. So what are you going to do?
Well, that's what I loved about your post.
Yeah.
Well, one thing is, first off, I've had Kicking Mustang. I had him on.
Did you?
Podcast because of this issue.
Okay.
So this is a couple months ago, and great guy. Like he does a ton of good things for the community. Okay. So yeah, exactly. And when I'm watching his videos, and I watched him years ago, or when a couple years ago when I first started this channel and everything. I'm going, people are complaining about that, but that's all they're showing. They're sticking their head out and that's what gets shot. And then also there's a handful of which he shows on his videos that don't call or hit. And so he'll shoot him in the body. Don't call it. So he shoots him in the head. Then they call it. They get pissed, but they can't help it.
Right.
They can't help call it. So, but yeah. And then, but yeah, I've had him on. We talked about that. But that thing, so to give some people context who are listening, this post that you posted, explain what you're talking about. You did a whole graph and everything.
So what I try to do is, and it goes back to my years with firearms, I try to put it in a simple context of the ballistics of the sport. Yeah. What does a BB do? What does the travel path look like? We all intend to aim, especially with a sniper rifle, the scope, this is my point of aim, but the BB's doing this. You know, it's got a weird arc. It moves differently, taking wind and bugs and branches and leaves out of the equation, right? So the whole point was just understand the dynamics of what's in play, the physics of airsoft, and just wear the gear to protect yourself instead of complaining about it that you got shot in the face. That was really
Right.
the point of it, because, you know, I did the ballistics, like the one I think I did today or yesterday. I can't remember. It's all running, but you know, I did the BB weight versus the, you know, the FPS and the joules and the travel. And again, I'm trying to explain to these players that hear these terms all the time, but they don't understand the reasoning behind it. And
Right.
I'm just hoping that some of them will say, and by the way, I got a lot of great feedback. Guys were like, dude, this is the best post I've ever seen on Airsoft in a long time. It doesn't have anything to do with playing. It's about the science of it. And I didn't want to get all nerded out on it, but I wanted people to understand that as great as Novrich and Kicking Mustang and Silo, these guys are with the sniper rifles, when they hit you in the head, it looks good on video, right?
Yeah.
But my guess is they probably weren't aiming at your face. They were probably aiming at your torso, and it just, the flight of the BB, you know, they thought you were at 100 feet, but you're at 125, or you were at, you know, 150, and it's just the trajectory of it.
Right.
That was really the point of it. And actually, Kicking Mustang was kind enough to message me and say, hey, dude, this was a great post. And and that was all about it. I mean, that's the kind of content that I like. I wish more people would do it. I mean, you probably can't do a lot on it because it doesn't change all that much. But the other thing that,
too, to that point is the scope. You know, when they're showing their videos, it might, you know, the crosshairs might be on somebody's, you know, upper, like their neck and their head,
right?
But they don't, people watching don't understand, like what you explained, you know, they don't understand that they're not, you know, they're not using, they're using Kentucky windage on the fly on the field.
Absolutely.
They have to. So, you know, every target is not going to be the exact same distance from the end of their, you know, their barrel. So, you know, if it's 100, if it's you know, targeted at 100 feet or whatever, you know, and the person they're guessing is 150, they're going to raise it up. So it'll look like they're aiming at their head. The BB's going to go, like you said, it's going to arc and drop and dip, and, you know, and sometimes they hit them, sometimes they don't. But the other thing is, these content creators, they're not going to show all the missed shots all the time, because that's boring.
It's the best of.
Yeah.
It's the best of my day. And by the way, that crosshair that we're seeing, they're dragging that on the screen. That the camera's not. They're
not looking through the scope.
No, it's a superimposed crosshair that they're saying, look here, because that's where the BB is. And I've done those too. And I think the thing is, just understand what airsoft is mechanically, right?
Yeah.
You're shooting a smooth ball out of a smooth straw. It's not rifled. It's not tight, right? It's not spinning. It's literally a puff of air pushing a smooth sphere through a straw, and God knows what happens when it leaves that tube.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just it. And so and that's one of the reasons I really like sniping, because I have to think back there. Like, I have one shot. If I see you, I have got one shot at you. I'm looking at where the leaves are blowing. I'm looking at what's in front of you. I'm looking at what's behind you. I'm looking, are you, you know, higher than me, lower than me? I'm doing all these things, not just planting a crosshair and pulling the trigger, because I got one shot. I got a 0.6 gram BB that's going to be doing this, and hope to God a freaking fly doesn't hit in front of it and knock it off a trajectory. And that's what I love about fun. You know, other styles of play of airsoft, like with AEGs or, you know, rifleman style. I mean, you're literally, and these guys that run red dots, no disparaging against red dots, I think it's ridiculous, and I'll tell you why. You're basically shooting a garden hose. You know what I mean? You're just shooting a garden hose. You're looking over the top of the barrel. You're seeing the BBs. You don't need a red dot. Just pull the trigger, and you're seeing the BBs. You can hose them down. I mean, literally, it's like a garden hose. And so, but that's a different style of play. And I think, you know, and that's why, like, going back to my point earlier with the little ones, I don't shoot the little ones with the sniper rifle, because it does hurt. It's got more mass. It's got a little bit more energy behind it. It really hurts. Now, if you're a grown man and you got a big mouth, I'm going to find you and I'll hit you. But the other thing too is going back to just taking some responsibility. Wear a freaking face mask. You know, you just, like, there's a guy, Mike, great guy. And I met him and I played with him several times. He showed up that morning. We're out in this field, great, huge field. It's got a big hill, and both teams are starting to bottom. It's, king of the mountain trying to get up there. He's on my team, like, dude, where's your mask? He's like, I don't wear a mask. He just had the Oakleys and the Hilo kit. Like, dude, you know how much dental repair costs? Like, oh, never get shot in the face.
Oh, shit.
Literally, listen, 1 minute later, he and I are running up to this bunker. We're behind this wall. He's high, I'm low. He turns. As he turns, a BB gets stuck between his upper and lower teeth. He's looking at me with the BB, and I'm like, dude. He's like, holy fuck. He spit it out. He wore a mask ever since then.
For sure.
One BB taken out a front tooth, it changes your world. The cost behind it, the pain. Just wear a mask. I know you may not look cool, but I'll tell you what. Everyone else is wearing them, so who cares? Just go put a mask on. And I see it all the time.
I played paintball. Nobody would ever, when I played paintball, nobody would ever even think about showing up without a full face cover, bro. These things hurt like hell.
Yeah.
Those paintballs. I mean, I was just telling a story with somebody a couple days ago. The mask I had on originally was, it was the late 90s, early 2000s, playing paintball. I had a kind of like a vent over the nose part came down. It was raised out, and there was some vent holes on the side, for your nose and mouth. So a BB or a ball comes up, bounces off my cheek, breaks, and the fragments of it go in between that thing and hit me in the lip, gave me a fat lip, hit my tooth. I thought I chipped my tooth. Okay. It hit me so hard. This is after the paintball breaks, right? This is just the shell. And I'm like, dude, like me and my buddies would never go on the field with just goggles. I'm like, unless you want it, I mean, you will be in some serious freaking pain.
Would they even let you play paintball without a mask?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay.
On an actual field. We didn't play it. We played like twice on an actual field.
Okay.
My buddy's grandparents had 11 acres out in Richtown, Ohio. And we went there and we just set up our own games. Mm-hmm. Bro, we were using potato guns and shit. Yeah. My buddy brought so me and my buddies we all worked together in a factory. And so we got guys in maintenance, we got guys in, machine dive repair and stuff. These guys are working on lathes and machining, they're experienced with all this stuff. They're very a lot of kind of engineering, very creative.
Yep.
And they're like PVC pipes and this big propane tank and this. We're launching potatoes at each other. Like
you're not using Aquanet, you're using propane.
Yeah. We're like, these guys are out here like, hey, go out there like 100 feet. Yeah. And run across from this hay bale to that hay bale. And we're going to see if we can shoot with this potato gun. We're like, no, that fucker hurts, man.
Right. But you did.
So anyway, but we would never think
and this
of
is the thing too, like with
face.
equipment, and this goes back to the parents. Hopefully maybe one will listen to us. Don't buy your kids mesh goggles. Don't do it.
God, no.
In the UK or in Europe, it seems they're very popular, which is just stupid to me. A BB will crack or shatter or splinter on impact. It'll go through those goggles right in your eyeball.
Yeah.
Wear an ANSI level lens and just protect your eyes. Protect your eyes, your nose, your mouth, and your ears. Protect it all. Yeah. Don't be stupid out there. So if your kid buys the Boba Fett mask that's got mesh, say, not going to happen. You're going to wear plastic. And a lot of the fields, like the field that I play at mainly, they don't allow the mesh masks. Some of them do. Right. Even for adults, I'm like, they should say, no, this is the time where we're going to protect you from yourself.
These mill sims we went to, Third Coast Airsoft, and I think most of them, or probably all of them, they have very strict rules on the eye protection. So they're full seal, 100% full seal, and they check.
Good.
So it is, you can't wear the, basic cheap ass safety glasses you get from walking into a construction site or a factory or something, that just sit on there, that can fall down while you're running and sweating and stuff. They have to be strapped. So the ones at Third Coast, you actually have to have a elastic strap on them. You can't use so
just on arms.
No,
Oh,
it's got to have straps on it. Yeah. That holds it onto your eyes completely the whole time.
And that's awesome. Yeah. Because it's not good for them as a promoter or whatever to get people hurt.
Oh my God.
One claim, the insurance you'll never get insured again for an event. And
I mean, can you imagine though, like an actual BB going, 380 FPS at, let's say 30 or 40 or 50 feet, bouncing off your cheek and going right into your eyeball, bro. No,
I've had
thank you.
guys seen they go in their ears,
Yeah.
guys go in their nostrils. It just
Uh-huh.
deflects and goes up their nose.
Ooh,
I mean,
that
stuff
makes my eyes
happens.
water just thinking about
But
it.
that's what I'm saying, right? This stuff happens. So just gear up. The investment for a grown man to protect himself is so minimum.
Yeah,
So minimum to just
it
protect your
really
face.
is.
Just
Yeah.
wear a mask. They got the thing that cover your ears. If you're gonna wear a bump helmet and you're gonna wear the comms, fine. But just put something on your face. I know you're
Real,
not gonna
bro.
look as cool, but no one's gonna see anyways.
Yeah.
Right. So just cover up. I mean, it's like oh, it's just part of, and this is part of the game where there's so many levels of play on any given Saturday or Sunday with players. You've got the ones that are out there in blue jeans and a flannel, a flannel or a
Mhm.
t-shirt, and the guys that are completely tactical Tommied out, right, and full
Yeah.
chest rig and all that stuff. So you got this paradigm, and then somewhere in the middle is everyone else. So we just have to just appreciate that this guy is so geared up and this kid's not. So let's just help this kid out.
Right.
It's not about equalizing. It's just about giving everyone a chance of play. And that sometimes that's just the equipment. If the kid shows up with the wrong helmet, say, kid, the helmet looks cool, but let me help you.
Yeah.
Put it on your bookshelf at home. You can, Boba Fett looks cool up there, but let me get you something here I guess you're gonna play with. Because they're more likely to get hurt tripping and falling because of that
Yeah.
mask. And then the mask flies off.
Oh God.
Right. And then what happens? I mean, there's
Yeah.
BBs everywhere. That kid, so these are the things that we just have to be aware of, is just let's keep each other safe. Let's just look out for each other and
Right.
stop. And that was a big thing on my post, which is about, and actually I had one, you always get the DM that you're like, really? You're going to spend time to bash on this?
Of course.
Where, I get this DM is like, dude, you're misleading and minimum engagement distance is for pussies and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay,
Oh
I just
my
read,
God.
okay.
You know what though? I was against MEDs
Really?
for milsims, not for regulars,
Okay.
indoor or outdoor, like pickup games or skirmishes or whatever, open play, for milsims, because I said, well, military simulation. There's no fucking MED. Okay.
Right.
So, but I was kind of like one of those, like, I'm very open to, if I learn new information, then I change
Sure.
my mind. So I would say, people I've talked with on here, my sons, I'm like, well, change my mind. What's the argument against it? And they're like, okay, this one time we're in a Connex or, somewhere like a barricade or whatever. And somebody doesn't know that we're there. They're walking across, and this is our own teammate. And I go to shoot, like, they have a DMR, so they're kind of like snipe, part sniper kind of thing. So they're shooting like 400 FPS. Okay. This kid walks across in front of them as they're shooting. They don't know that this guy's coming across. He walks from behind something. He gets hit in the side of the head at 400 FPS.
Yeah.
On accident. Now it's accident. And I'm going, oh, so, okay, I get the MED because, I didn't realize, like, when you when you're set up for these different classes at these milsims, so you are DMR, sniper, you have a higher joule limit, higher FPS limit, all that stuff.
Heavier BB.
And, bro, if you get shot that close, because, I had my sons shoot me do a mag dump on my hand, early in our channel because I was talking shit about airsoft. I said, there's no way these plastic BBs hurt, blah, blah, blah. And so they full autoed my hand up on top here at like 30 feet away. And it was shooting 380 FPS. They had 0.2s in it.
Yep.
It was rude awakening. I'm telling you, holy crap. So I definitely changed my mind about some of these different circumstances that could happen in a game. And I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. Cause not in real life, real steel, 9 mil shoots pretty much, it's going to be deadly.
Yeah.
No matter, whatever,
right.
Unless you're shooting, 1,000 yards or something, but
right.
It's, I changed my mind. So I definitely agree with the MED.
Well, I think the risk we have, to your point, and changing your mind on this, is when you consider milsim as a simulation of real life, we try to factor in the conditions of real life, but we forget the fact that it's not real life. It's really just a game in the end.
Right.
And I think that the struggle and I've only played one milsim event. It was last year. I hope to play more. The the mil sims are interesting, but when you talk about a DMR, the DMR is this hybrid, right? It's a sniper rifle and it's a rifle, but it's shooting pretty hard,
Right.
and it can shoot fast, right?
Mhm.
So with my sniper rifle, I got one shot, where these guys can lay it down.
Yep.
So they're at what I think they're 75 feet, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't remember
100.
what a
I think
DMR.
these guys they were at 100. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
100
So
men,
you know, so they can lay it down, and they're running .36s. And I'll
Yep.
tell you, I've had my bell rung by a airsoft BB. You know,
Really?
hitting the forehead, and it's like boing, and you're hearing, the
I've heard that
birdies,
more
and
than once. Yeah.
and you would think, how in the hell is that possible? And it's like, it just does. You know, if it hits you in the right
Sure.
place, it can hurt. If it hits you in the nostril, if it hits you in the finger, hits you in the forehead, these things hurt. And we're not out to hurt. No one should be out there to hurt anybody. That should be the
Right.
last thing on your mind. But we also have to appreciate that we could hurt somebody if we're just being stupid about it. And that's, the mil sim I shot, or I played in, they did medic. Everyone had a bandage, you can medic up.
Yep.
That was weird to me. I was always used to going back to a starting spot and coming back out.
Oh,
But they did it because the spawn was so far.
Yep.
But what you'd have one guy shooting and his buddy back there. So every time the guy gets shot, they bandage him up, count to 30 seconds, and he'd go back out. So it's like you had this like God mode, because your buddy next to you just keeps bandaging you up. So it's just, it's like there's always the loopholes in life, and that was one of them. But I really like the mil sims. I like the idea of the mil sims.
Yeah.
And I think this is why some of these guys get all the gear they get. Like I said, the comms, the plate carriers,
Oh yeah.
the battle axes, or whatever they're running around with, right? To get into it. So the mil sims, they exist for these guys. But for the weekend warriors like me, I just kind of play.
Right. You and I, we're older. Our
Yep.
kids are, grown. We were talking about that earlier, like things kind of calm down, right? It gets quiet. When, as I'm talking with people, this is something that's really, really fascinating to me and very exciting, is that here is this sport and this hobby where it's age range is, I don't know if there is a cat, like it's the widest age range. There is, it's probably the most, there's so much variety in airsoft. Like what you said, the milsim thing, if you want to go all in, and as somebody that, when your kids are growing, your life has kind of settled down a little bit. If you want to get into something that gives you kind of purpose, and you have some fun with, and you're excited about, and you're looking forward to, and I mean, in the grand scheme of things, as far as hobbies go, it's not really that expensive. Like you can go, like you can monitor or kind of modify what you put into it. Like if you want, you don't have to. It's not going to go. There's different levels of milsims that you don't have to get all this gear.
Right.
So it could be a little more, like if you want to get introduced to a milsim, you've never been to one, you can put very little cost into it to go. And there's more and more event coordinators popping up, and more and more milsims popping up throughout the country, so you don't have to travel as far. There's all these different levels to it. And if you want to have a really long-term purpose in life, or a fun thing to do, a hobby, a sport that you're probably never going to run out of options or get bored with, is airsoft. You've got your high kappa you had built.
Yep.
You can go that route. You can do the cosplay. They have, dressing up. You want to make a Halo outfit to go to a one day play, open play. Go ahead, bro. Like, as long as you're wearing eye protection, you can wear whatever you want on the field.
We have kids coming out there. They're wearing 3-piece suits. We have a kid that made a plate carrier or a mag vest out of an IKEA bag.
Oh shit.
These kids are having fun, right? And dude. I enjoy their creativity.
Right.
I will say this too, like, guys our age, I know some parents, they're dropping their kids off. It's almost like a day of babysitting, right? Mom and dad can go run errands, they can do their thing. But at my age, with my kids the age they're at, I have very few regrets in my life, but one of my regrets is not spending more time with my kids when they were little.
Same.
And so instead of you dropping your kid off park the car, go rent a gun, and spend the day with them.
Mhm.
Not only will he think you're cool, but the other kids will think you're cool because you're one of the only dads out there.
Yeah.
Spend time with them. And then, because you made an excellent point, there's such an age range in airsoft. And just because you're 50 and over, like our age, I mean, yeah, I'm not as fast as these kids, but I don't have to be. It's a different level of play, but I'm still
Right.
enjoying it. I'm still enjoying it for all the reasons we talked about. And I'll do it for as long as I can. And I hope my son stays with it and these other kids because I enjoy it. But just don't drop your kids off just to get a day so you can run to the store. Get out of the car, go enjoy it. Yeah, you're going to be uncomfortable and you're going to be in your blue jeans and your t-shirt and the rental mask and the gun that may or may not work. But just go enjoy time with your kid. Because I'm telling you, when you get to 50, you reevaluate things. And I really wish, again, I don't want to get all sappy here, but I really wish I spent more time with my kids when they're younger because we get selfish with our time. I was competitive
Sure.
shooting. Instead of me shooting every Sunday, I should have been, hanging out with my kids more, or doing something for them. And now I don't have that time and you can't go, it's so precious. So again, if any parents are listening, just go play with your kids, get involved in what they like, because if you don't do it now, they're not going to let you do it later.
It's one of the few things that you can really be a part of your child's
Exactly.
hobby,
Exactly.
and you can enjoy it as well. So
Exactly.
because it's so diverse, there's so much going on in it, and you see your kid who maybe was maybe they didn't play sports in high school, maybe they
Right.
didn't, maybe they were not used to being on a team, and you thought, oh, they're not really good around big groups of people, the social anxiety, they're kind of withdrawn, they're kind of, yeah, get them around airsofters and they fit right in and they love it.
Absolutely.
And you go, holy shit, okay, they're coming out of their shell
Right.
because of this hobby. And then I think a lot of parents think maybe that they think, oh, my kid won't want me around because I'm with them all the time. I'm always telling them what to do, whatever, kind of thing. And most of the time the teenagers are like, no, man, I think it'd be cool as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, what's interesting, and I say this often, and I know it comes across maybe derogatory, but I believe that a lot of the kids that play airsoft it's like the island of the misfit toys.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, these are kids that aren't part of a team. They don't have a tribe. They're looking to
Yeah.
be part of something. They come from all walks. They just want to be part.
Yeah.
Airsoft is a great unifier of that. The guys that own the field I play at in Lockport, it's called Legacy Adventure Park. There's two brothers. They own it. They also own haunted houses. They're in the entertainment business.
Nice.
And they have some really great videos and content on the haunted houses. But the reason I mention this is the kids that do haunted houses are similar to airsofters. They're the kids that are on the outside, right? They're the kids that they're emos or emo or whatever you want to call them, right? They just don't fit into the societal norms. So they don't feel involved. So what do? They go do haunted houses and they have a family for a month doing that, or airsoft. So these are the kids that just need someone. And the most important person they need is their dad or their mom.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, what's funny was like you're always like, oh, I wish I could be a fly on the wall. In airsoft, you're that fly on the wall. Like we'll go to the field. I set up my stuff. My son's over here with his buddies. They're F this, F that. I don't get mad. I mean, this is what guys do, right? I mean, I don't want to be a great, don't say that. I mean, go do your thing. This is how we learn to socialize. And so I'm just the dad. And so I'm the one paying for the hamburger at lunch, or I'm the one paying the admission fee, and I'm the one buying the BBs. But he's there with his buddies and they're talking like guys talk, and they're being, just being kids. And I enjoy that. I enjoy watching him over the years grow up and be the person he is because of the friends he's made through airsoft and things like that. And I just, like I said, if you drop your kid off at the field because you want 6 hours of alone time, I get it, but at least once or twice, just go play with him. He'll never forget it. He'll never forget it. Like there's these two boys that come out, and their mom, the dad worked shift work, and he worked for a factory, so he couldn't play, never worked, but the mom always played.
Nice.
She was out there every weekend with them, and the boys were just like, oh, it's my mom. But you know what? In the end, they're like, that's my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, yeah, it's your mom, but your mom's there with you, and your mom's never going to forget, and you're never going to forget when you have kids that, hey, my mom was out there when I was 8 or
Well,
9 or 10
you
or
know what it's going
12.
to. I'll tell you what changes it too is if they're like that is when somebody else on the field that their parents aren't involved in what they're doing and they wish they were, they're going to go, "That's your mom? She came out here and played. Man, that is so freaking cool.
Yep.
Like I wish my mom would do that kind of thing."
Yep.
And then those kids are going to be like, "Oh, that is cool. Okay, yeah,
Right.
you know."
Well, the sport needs players, right? So if you own a field,
Right.
why not have like, Dad's Day, right? 2 for
That's a good
1. I
idea.
pay for your admission, dad plays for free. Let's get them out there. Let's
Mm,
get them involved. Or Mom's Day, right? And
yeah.
just, I know fields. I've not met a field operator yet that's wealthy, right? They're not getting
No.
rich owning
No.
airsoft fields.
Uh-uh.
If they make money, it's usually on concessions or BBs. They're not making anything on on the cost to play. They got to
Right.
pay their staff, the refs, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But one day, just say, listen, we're going to let mom or dad play for free, and we're going to give them the rental. We're going to give them the BBs, and and donate. BBs can be donated, but just get them out there, because you'll be shocked. It's like the 10% rule. 10 dads play. One's going to start playing more often, right? And then that dad's going to bring another dad and another kid, and it snowballs. And so we just need to, as adults in the room, we just have to have a more active role in this process, and as players, as advocates for the sport, as ambassadors for the game, whatever it is, just promote it. And these fields can do it too, just by saying, dad's playing for free or mom's playing for free.
That's pretty cool. This the one lady I talked with, I had her on here. Click Click Boom Photography.
Mm.
Her name's Val. She's a single mom. She started doing she goes to instead of just dropping her son off, she would go to the field, and so she's like, I like taking pictures. I'll go ahead and go on the field, see if they'll let me, and that's what she does. And that's how she's gotten involved with something that her son is doing. Well, one of her name on there is Val Don't Shoot Me, and then her last name, whatever, because she's always getting lit up on accident, because she's a photographer out there in the middle of firefights, but
well, BBs are everywhere, right? I mean, they're just
she's
sprayed.
like, these things hurt, man. It's like, oh shit, don't shoot me.
Yeah, just don't break my camera.
Yeah, but that's there's a handful of people. Of course, the other Airsoft dad, Mike.
Yep.
Same thing. He did the same thing. I got involved in this because of my sons.
Yep.
You're doing the same thing. This is there is a trend. There is a trend going on. That,
I hope so.
These
I hope
parents
so.
are,
I think good. the one thing that society as a whole mischaracterizes about airsoft is they kind of think it's this paramilitary training event.
Yep.
And it's not.
No.
It's like the opposite of it. If you ever come out and talk to the kids, these are just little meek kids that just get out on a Sunday. They're out from behind their computer. They're not there to learn how to shoot things up or kill people. They're just out there to
they're not going to form a militia. Okay.
They're just there to have fun.
Anti-government thing or something, when they're 18. Like this isn't, well, it's not the personality type either.
No.
People think that the military. So if you're in the military, that this training makes you a killer, right? Not really.
No.
It's, you can know how to shoot a gun. You can know it's, it's just like in the movie Full Metal Jacket,
Absolutely.
It's not the gun that kills, it's a hard heart that kills. Okay. Like that, you have to kind of, it doesn't come natural. So you have to go through a lot. Like these guys that are getting into airsoft, they're not, even if they go to mil sims every other weekend, 3-day mil sim, gung ho, tax this and learn all these tactics and stuff. They're not going to be on the front lines if there's a Civil War kind of thing or whatever.
No.
They're not a threat in that way. Not really.
Like I said before, rarely the kids at Airsoft that I've met, none of them, these aren't alpha, right? These aren't the kids that are running anything. They're just, they just want to be included. They don't want to be in charge. I mean, once in a while you have a kid that's going to create a team and he's the boss, and fine, that's fine. The other kids let him do it. Because they want to be part of a team, but they're just not, no one's out there. Again, like I said before, at the end of the day, you're not going home with any money. You're not going home with a trophy. No one's going to love you more. at some point you meet a girl and that may become more fun than airsoft. So maybe you'll do that on Sunday instead of airsoft. But until
Right.
then, right? Until then, just enjoy your time. I mean, just like I said, I mean, I really, my wife, kid with my wife, I'm like, oh, you got to come play with us. She's like, I'm not going to do, why do you want to hurt me? Like she says all the time, because I come home with welts and bruises and my neck's all shot up.
Yes.
And she's like, and that's when I'm like, you should come play. Like, why would I do that? Why do you want to hurt me? Why do you want me to do this? And it's just like, and she's like, I'll go watch, if I could just watch, and she'll do that. She hasn't yet, but she will at some point, I'm sure. But
Look,
she
tell
doesn't
her to
want
wear
play.
baggy sweatpants and
Right.
a baggy hoodie. Yeah, you'll be hot and sweaty. So what?
Right.
You'll still feel the BB, but you're
Right.
not going to get really hurt. Like you
No.
can wear baggy clothes. It's way different.
But she'll also say to me in the same breath, she'll say, this is your thing
Yeah.
with him. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want this to take away from what you and Braden
that's cool.
have,
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's again, I know we're talking about a lot of things in a circle, but this is the whole airsoft dad. It's just kind of a goof, right? It's about
Yeah.
just being involved with the sport, regardless of your age.
My wife wouldn't go out there either. My wife would be
No.
like, no, what? I'm not interested in doing that. Like
Right.
she's, when I took the boys, fishing or whatever, like all this stuff, I'm like, do you want to go? She's like, not really. No, that stuff, I'm not touching a worm on a hook,
It's man stuff.
Right.
But I think that's how we raise healthy boys or healthy
for
girls,
sure.
right? Our kids model us since they were born. They're watching us, how we act. If you're an ass, your kid's going to be an ass.
Yeah. Right.
Or right. So just remember that they're always listening. They're always watching.
Yeah.
Just be normal. Don't be a jerk. And that's the whole thing is just don't be a jerk. And yeah, I mean, it's.
Well, I want to ask you something about
Go ahead.
your shooting experience. I know this is kind of changing and going back a little bit,
go.
but the we're talking about you like to snipe in airsoft, and you've done real still shooting with like pistols and short range stuff. Do you enjoy long range shooting like for real steel? Do you ever do that?
I do it.
Okay.
Not a lot. I deer hunted for years here in Illinois. We had to hunt with slug guns, so you're pretty much 100 yards, 125 yards.
That's how it was when I grew up too.
Yeah.
Ohio.
Yeah. So you're not taking these long shots. I do enjoy the precision shooting, long distance, but I'll tell you, I enjoy trap shooting more.
What is that?
I think
the shotgun?
clays. Yeah, shotgun,
clays.
like clay targets.
Right,
That's a little bit more challenging. Here's the way I look at airsoft. It's the same way I look at when I shot handguns. The difference.
Mm-hmm.
When you shoot handguns in competition, no one's shooting back at you.
Yeah.
So the only pressure that you're under is the timer and what's going on between your ears.
Gotcha.
In airsoft, you got somebody opposing. Now they're not going to kill you, but you have to consider the factors. Like I see him, but I don't see these two guys, right? Like they're all engaging me, but I'm focused on him. So it's a different sport. With long range shooting, like bench rifle, to me, it's just like, how still can I hold it? Can I break the shot without the gun moving at all to make sure I'm in there?
Yeah.
I can do that like 5 times. I'm like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like I've got some like M1s and stuff like that where there's big boomers. I would much shoot, a 308 just goes boom. Yeah. And, everyone's like, holy crap. That's much more fun than shooting a 223 precision 500 yards and just be like, oh, I hit the steel. It's like, ah.
That's how I am too. Yeah. I love long range shooting, but I get bored really quickly.
Yeah.
Shooting paper. So it's, I always liked if we took, I took my sons out to outdoor range, whatever. That is pretty open. It's run by the state actually here in South Carolina. It's like a state park. So as soon as the gate opens, opens at dawn, closes at dusk, and there's no one there monitoring. So you can do whatever you want. You want to full auto your AK, go ahead. Everyone's respectful that's out there. So you can, as long as you clean up your mess, you can take whatever you want out there.
Sure.
So we'll take, gallon jugs of water, to shoot the shoot with the, we have a couple of Mosin Nagants, and those are 7.62s, those are fun. Those are fun.
They
Bolt
are.
action.
Yep.
but it's
Yeah,
fun to
my
shoot
most fun
that.
rifle is this. I have an SKS, which is 7.62.
Yeah.
It's one of my most fun rifles. I mean, it's just a completely
Okay.
rudimentary gun, just like the Mosin Nagant, and it just makes a lot of noise, and it
Yep.
kicks, and it's just fun, and it's just clipper, stripper clip fed, and
Oh, that's cool.
old school. But yeah, so
Yeah.
what kind of yardage or meters do you have at that range in South
Oh,
Carolina?
100. Yeah.
100
Just
yard.
100. So
Yeah.
on the outdoor range we go to is that's the longest. The back berm or whatever is 100
Okay.
yards. And so we actually started a Real Steel channel, YouTube channel
Okay.
after the Airsoft one. And so like soon after, because it was hey, we can, I'll film all this stuff if you got, because they were going to the range anyway, so they'd go play Airsoft. So Johnny, who's on our channel, he's the one that's my son's best friends that
Okay.
or my son's best friend that got them into Airsoft. They would play Airsoft together, and then sometimes we all have Real Steel guns and stuff, so we'd go to the range every once a month or something like that. And I'm like, hey, let me start filming this. We'll make a channel. So I called it Trifecta Steel instead of Trifecta Airsoft. And so we would go out there and we'd bring, I don't know, an orange, something to shoot
Yeah.
that would look cool on camera. And my son has a Judge. So, we're using the slugs and the 410,
Yep.
shells and shit. Like we have AKs, we have M16 or, the ARs and stuff.
Yep.
And so and of course shotguns. And then my son built a 50 Beowulf.
Oh.
So, that's a big,
on the AR platform.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And
With the
looks
smoker all
badass.
around.
He's got all red accents on it. I actually have, if you find our YouTube channel is still up, but we stopped doing it because of ammo prices.
Yeah.
So we
Especially
saved all
50
of our,
Beowulf.
bro.
What is
Those
that,
are
three-
like, have you
$3?
shot in the, you ever shot in the Desert Eagle 50 cal?
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's fucking awesome. I remember the first time I shot it.
People, it's so funny, like with airsoft, like, oh, the Deagle, these kids play with it.
Yeah.
If you've shot a real Desert Eagle, you're in awe. You're in awe that this thing stayed together.
Yeah.
And then when you take it apart, I don't know if you've ever taken it apart before. It has 2 guide rods.
Oh, okay.
Because there's so much energy from that cartridge
Holy shit.
that the spring is so heavy, and it's got 2 guide rods. Most have 1.
Yeah.
This has 2, and they're on either side of the barrel, and they're heavy sprung. But it's such an amazing, expensive cartridge, that 50
So
AE.
I rented it. So we
Yeah.
went to a local, this is years ago, probably 20 years ago. So me and my buddies some of the guys I played paintball with, we actually went, worked the same place. We went to a indoor range in Ohio, and one of my buddies is a gun collector. So he had an old 41 caliber, Smith & Wesson 41 caliber. I guess they came out with, the different calibers they were trying years and years ago. The little snub nose revolver. He had all kind of weird guns and stuff like that. He had a Tommy gun, and it wasn't full auto, but he had a Tommy gun. It was cool. And then so anyway, we go, and he's a short little dude. We called him Choo Choo because he looked like a train engineer, and his hands were tiny as fuck. So we all go to the range. He brings a duffel bag full of guns. It's fucking cool as shit. So we go in there, and I went up to the counter. I was like, oh my God, they have the 44 mag and the, Desert Eagle and the 50 cal. I was like, I want the 50. It's like $20 to rent it now this is, like I said, 20 years ago, with 5 rounds, and I could barely fit them in the palm of my hand.
Yeah.
So I go in there, and the first shot I did with this thing, there was like 3 or 4 other guys in this range. And the first shot I did, it was like the scene in the original RoboCop where everyone stops and just looks down the lane like, what the fuck was that? And the 18-inch flame coming out. So I asked my buddy Choo Choo, you want to shoot these? He's like, no. Like, my hands won't even fit around that grip, bro. He's so tight.
Yeah.
But, it was amazing. But that was the only time I ever experienced it. And so I never took them apart. But I did notice the next time I went, I rented the 44.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was just that particular one, but it always jammed. Well, it didn't jam. It never had enough force the slide to reseat. So it'd just be a tiny, you didn't notice it until you went to pull the trigger and wouldn't fire. You'd have to push it. I don't know if that's a common thing or not, but
yeah, it could be just anything from it being dirty to it just, something being off on it. I mean, I hate shooting indoors, but when you do shoot indoors, it's cool because you get that sound. You can see that sound cloud go, like it literally goes.
Feel it.
Like
Yeah.
you always want to be the guy standing directly behind the shooter. You don't want to be to the left or the right because you're getting all that concussion right in
Oh,
your
okay.
face.
Gotcha.
Like your teeth rattle. But like you get
Oh,
the
shit.
flame and you get all, yeah. So that's the thing too. Like when you shoot a lot, you have to be smart about shooting a lot. Like if I shoot indoors, I got plugs plus earmuffs.
Yeah.
Sometimes
it's loud as
I wear, like if I'm shooting, if I go to like a public indoor range and people think I'm an idiot, I'll wear a mouth guard. And I
Really?
did, yeah. And that's because I once went with a buddy, went up to Wisconsin, and the guy next to us was shooting a freaking, 357 Magnum with an 8-inch barrel and a comp on it. And, the wall's here, the barrel's here, and it's like the sound's doing this. And literally, like, it was just hitting me in the teeth. So I felt like I was going to break my teeth.
What?
So now if I go to an indoor range, I'll always bring a mouth guard just to kind of, just so I don't.
Oh, to bite on. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's like we, as a human body, sound waves do a lot to us, right?
For
And your
sure,
teeth,
man.
they absorb a lot. So I would, if you're feeling something in your teeth, I'd like in my range bag, I have a little guard with or a little case with a mouth guard in there.
That's smart.
And I haven't used it in years, but
okay.
yeah, but I don't go to public ranges because I belong to a club that we shoot at our own. But if I ever go to a public range, I always throw that in my bag. It's like, it's here if that idiot down there is shooting a freaking big boomer.
Yeah, my sister. So I have two sisters. I took each of when I got out of boot camp. I came home. I took them each to learn how to shoot guns because like I said, we grew up without. And I was like, no, it's important to know. Blah blah blah. So they were afraid, never held a gun, didn't want to go, and I forced them to go. I wouldn't shut up until they went. So they finally went with me indoor range. So my older sister I took, and we're standing there. The guy next to us is shooting a 10 millimeter. What is that? A mag? Remember the 10 millimeters that came out were like.
They're popular again.
Are they really?
They're popular again. Yeah.
No shit. Well, the first couple rounds he shoots, the empty shell comes over and goes down the back of her shirt. And, I mean, it freaked her the fuck out. She was about to leave. I'm like, no, come on. It's fine. It's okay. I mean, but yeah. So
yeah, like when I started
I don't
shooting
like shooting indoors.
When I started shooting the 350, remember the 357 SIG?
Yes.
Okay. So basically it's a 9mm bottleneck cartridge. It's loud as shit. I
remember when that came out. Mm-hmm.
And, at the time, like it was the FBI cartridge and it's got the ballistics of a 45, but it's got a 9mm, projectile, all this crap.
Yeah.
So then you go to a match and, some guy shooting 357 SIG and all of a sudden it's like, it just changes the dynamic. It's loud. No one likes it. It's coming off the walls and coming back. So my point is that when you're shooting those guns, you don't hear it. It's everyone else that hears it. 357 Magnum, 357 SIG, 40, the 40 Smith and Wesson I hate that cartridge. But the 10 millimeter, like I said,
I have one. I hate it. Yes.
Yeah. The 40 or the 10 millimeter now, there's a resurgence, right? Glock's got them, Springfield XD's got them. Everyone's got a 10 millimeter now.
Really? Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know how long this trend will last. The firearm industry, they're very much about just repeating what they once did, right? So everyone goes through a trend, then they stop, and then they redo it. And they stop, and they redo it. It's just, it's just better mousetrap stuff, and there's not a lot of innovation in
Keep
it
the market going,
anymore. Yeah, it's just marketing. So it's like, you can have the stopping power of a 45 ACP, but in a gun of the 9mm, and in case you're shooting bear, it's like, okay.
Oh Jesus, yeah, right.
You just don't need that much power. The 40 Smith and Wesson again. It's I think it's just a terrible cartridge. It's one of those things. Again, cops carried it. They wanted more than 9mm, ballistically, and so then everyone started competing with 40 Smith and Wesson because that was a major cartridge and it was allowed. But it just feels terrible in your hand. Some guys can handle it. It's just too much in your hand. I think the gun moves too much. And
I agree.
Like I said, some people enjoy
Gunfather Milsim, I had him on the podcast. He talked about that. Actually.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, he talked about the 40 cal or the Smith & Wesson 40 because he's like, it was and it was. He goes, you can get the same ballistics from the newer ammunitions coming out with the 9mm now.
Absolutely.
So I was like, wow, that's I think you and him would have a really good chat because of your you guys know the science behind the ballistic stuff.
Yeah.
more than I do for sure.
Well, I think
But
the thing
yeah,
too, people think of like the 9mm as this 115 grain itty bitty bullet,
yeah,
this Sammy military, allowed bullet. But
uh-huh.
you've got, 124 grain, 147 grain. I think there's 155 grain 9mm.
Damn,
So those grains matter.
sure.
And so here's something about science. I'll teach you something. It's actually a pretty cool thing. So you've got 9mm, okay, 115 grain and 147 grain. 115 grain bullet requires more powder in the case to get that bullet up the velocity than the heavier 147 grain bullet does. And
Okay, now I'm
so
confused.
it's kind of counterintuitive, right?
Huh.
You would think that the heavier the bullet, the more power I need to get it through. But the mass, once that mass is in motion, it stays in motion. So you need less of a charge. So this is why competitive shooters, like what I would do, is they would shoot 9mm. They would shoot the heaviest bullet, usually 147 grain, because they would need less powder. Because there's what's called a power factor, and a power factor is basically, it's just like joules in airsoft. It's basically the weight and the velocity, and that creates a power factor. So
Mm-hmm.
if I have a 115 grain bullet running 1200 feet per second to make power factor, or I have a 147 grain bullet running at 800 feet per second, I make the same power factor. So again, it's kind of just like the joules thing. But the advantage is it shoots a lot softer. It's a lot more comfortable. You have less flips, so you can shoot faster with a heavier bullet. So
Wow.
I say this, like, if anyone listening ever goes to the gun store and says, I want to buy ammunition, don't buy the cheap 115 grain, buy the 147 grain. You're going to like a lot more. It's going to have a lot less recoil. Smaller shooters, female shooters are going to like a lot less because it's not as loud either. It's just the basics of ballistics. And I think once we understand the science behind this stuff, like I said, real steel or airsoft, we really start appreciating what's going on. I mean, an airsoft rifle or gun replica is kind of designed in the same concept of an old muzzle loader. You know what I mean? It's a
True.
smooth ball through a smooth tube. And it wasn't
Right.
until they had hexagonal rifling back in the, Civil War era. But before then, you were just, when you went boom and that big cloud came out of that muzzle loader, you helped the God that bullet was, that ball was somewhere close to the animal you were engaging, right? And that's what airsoft is. So when guys are like, I'm going tight bore, I'm not. You know what I mean? You're talking a hair.
How
of a
dare you?
difference.
Don't you dare talk bad about tight bore barrels, bro. Okay, these guys are making bank on these tight bore barrels.
They are. And I guess I laugh because the parallels between this world and the real steel, it's all the same stuff. It's like, this year we're going to come out with a 17-round magazine. Well, last year we had 16, but now we're one better. So all these guys rush out and buy the 17-round magazine because the 16 rounds are not good anymore. Airsoft's the same. 601, 603. I want 601 because it's tighter. I'm going to shoot better. Okay, go spend $100 on that tight bore barrel.
No, look, you know what cracks me up is the ones that do that to their gun, but then they buy cheap BBs.
I know.
That are not perfect anyway, so they're going to be coming out of the end of that tight bore barrel all kind of cockeyed and shit anyway. So
well, speaking of BBs, like, I didn't know anything about airsoft BBs until I got involved with airsoft BBs.
Okay.
Talking to the manufacturers, getting samples, trial and error. You have good BBs and then you have great BBs. And there really isn't much of a difference. Really.
So what's the top thing to look for? Like, is it the surface? Well, obviously the sphere has to be perfect, right? Like balanced and, a perfect ball shape or circle shape or whatever, sphere shape. The condition of the outside. So it's not pockmarked. It's not, little, it's smooth, right? What is the best part of the BB that you want to look for or whatever?
So in my experience with my testing, the most important thing was the consistency of the shape. The more perfectly round it was, the better it performed. If there was any oblongness, which, I mean, these things are dyed, right? So you got two plates that go together. The
Yep.
plastic presses them and it separates. So sometimes you'll get kind of an oblong distortion. It's you can't see it with your eye. You have to put under a microscope. That was the biggest factor. The pock marks, like if you put an airsoft BB, especially a bio BB, under a magnifying glass, you see little pock marks and people are like freaking out. Well,
Yeah.
think of a golf ball. I mean, golf ball, all it has is pock marks. Now they're uniform, but they're
Yeah.
there for a reason because those dimples on a golf ball keep the trajectory. Now, airsoft doesn't have the airsoft BB doesn't have the uniformity. And one pock mark isn't going to make it go like this. I mean, it's, my point is, so I always tell people, like, find a BB that works for your gun, period. If it works in your gun, I mean, it feeds, it shoots relatively accurately, meaning you're going in the same spot relatively every time, then that's the BB for you. Don't get hung up on brands. If you look at all the brands out there, mine included, there's 5 or 6 manufacturers right now. Like I meant, if Blue Mag pulls it off, I really hope they do.
Yeah.
They'll be new into a market. All this stuff's coming out of China, coming out of Taiwan. Some are better than others, but just find a brand that works for you, because ultimately everything in the bottle or the bag, they're coming out of the same factories. I think, Navarich, he's a little bit different. I think he's making his own BBs. If I understand, either he's contracted someone to make them or he's making his own factory. So he's got some control on it. But other than that, I mean, in the end, it's going in the dirt. You know what I mean? This isn't, you're not a police sniper. You're not going to, that one cartridge that's going to save some lady's life. You know what I mean? You're just pushing these things down range and into the dirt. So just find a BB that runs. I've spent so much time talking to companies, getting samples, testing, going back and forth.
Okay.
And even between lots, like you'll get I'll get 2.8s from this company, then I'll get 2.8s again, and they're different.
Oh yeah.
Different machine, different material. I mean, especially again, the bios. I only deal with bios. People argue, are they biodegradable? I'm not going to even get into that argument. They're gonna break down faster than a non-bio BB would.
Right.
But they're not going to dissolve as soon as they hit the air.
No.
And I'll tell you that, and on this topic, can I just say something about airsofters in general, especially these anti-bio BB people?
Stop being anti-bio BB people.
Yes.
I didn't even know there was people against it.
They're not against the bio BB. What they're against is people calling them bio.
Oh,
because they're arguing by definition it's not biodegradable per like US law standards. It's like, I think the law, and again, I'm just regurgitating what they said, it has to biodegrade within a year. Here's the problem. If you guys keep up this rhetoric, because the gun industry has the same type of people, if you keep it up, the law is going to get involved. They're going to outlaw plastic BBs.
Yeah.
And we're all going to start shooting those stupid little, gel guns.
Yeah, the gel blasters.
It's going to turn into that. So stop talking about how it is or isn't biodegradable. They're made out of PLA, which is a plant-based plastic.
Right.
It's biodegrades, maybe 1 year, 2 year, depending on the conditions, compounds, all this. But stop talking it down, because I promise you, someone will get involved and shut it all down and say you're now shooting gel blasters. And then where's the sport going to go?
Australia.
Well, that's right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, so just enjoy what we have, promote the people who are trying to innovate, like Blue Mag, support them, what they're trying to do, and just play with what we got. Don't go on like the airsoftology. Is that,
airsoftology.
Yeah. I think I saw one of his videos where he was talking about biodegradable BBs and how they're really not biodegradable. And I'm just like, stop. Just stop talking about it, because you're gonna let the vampire into the home, and once the vampire's in, they don't leave. They're gonna take it from you. Canada's pretty much banning airsoft now. Australia's got it. In Europe they're trying to create standard laws regarding airsoft, and I'll tell you, a lot of times these things happen not from people on the outside, but people on the inside. The people on the inside start talking stuff up, and they create the problems. I'll give you a real steel example. You've heard of the bump stock?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a big Second Amendment firearm guy.
Same.
I don't like the bump stock. the bump stock is
Well,
your
explain for people that don't know what it is. Explain what it is.
Oh, bump stock goes onto the stock of the rifle,
Mm-hmm.
and you hold the grip of the rifle, and then as you're shooting, the stock is moving in to where your finger basically comes off and comes back on the trigger during recoil. So in essence,
Is a spring loaded
it's
stock or
it's
something?
a spring-loaded stock. So in
Yeah.
essence, what ended up happening is it mimics, although it's still a semi-automatic firearm, the use of the bump stock creates an automatic type of response with the firearm. So you
Right.
could literally go because the stock is moving and your finger is basically bouncing on the trigger.
Right.
So when you decide, yes, it's legal, and you release this thing, and then something bad happens, like in Las Vegas, and the ATF gets involved and they question these things, they start going after them. But when the government goes after one thing, they go after multiple things.
For
The
sure.
bump stock being one. Now the bump stock, I think now it was deemed not legal again, but now the arm brace thing. I don't know if you know from what the braces on ARs, you've probably seen those things where basically they look like a
Yeah.
stock,
What is that?
but they're a
Okay.
brace. But now people are basically building short barrel rifles with them, but they're not short barrel rifles per the law because they have this thing. So now the government ATF is like they're reclassifying the brace. So it's like, just stop talking about it.
Bro.
Stop coming out with stuff that it bumps up to the line. The government will always, the officiating bodies will always go after the things that are just close enough for them to make an argument against it.
Sure.
So my point is, stop talking about the bio BBs in arguing that they're not per the law of the biodegradable standard. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know what's weird is I guess I never heard of that argument. That
Okay.
yeah. So
Well, now you've heard it. Now you'll see it more and more. I've seen it
of
on
course.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Like I said, the guy at AirsoftDology did a whole show on it,
Okay.
whole episode on it. It's like I'm listening. I'm like, just stop, because what is the alternative? If the industry is coming out with a product that will break down over a period of, let's say, 2 or 3 years, let's
Yeah.
say, isn't that better than coming out with a product that breaks down after 50 to 100 years? So
Yeah.
it's
Like 2 or
breaking
3
down.
years. Is that what BBs are set to pretty much they'll degrade
Yeah.
then?
Well, so it's all
Couple
based
years
on
or
the
something?
condition. If you take a bio BB, excuse me, and you put it in a glass of water, it'll be like that for years. It has to be under heat, under pressure, and under moisture. So it's what they call compost conditions.
Yeah.
So when you play airsoft and it gets pressed into the ground,
Mm-hmm.
it's the conditions are such with the heat, the moisture, the pressure that thing will start to break down over time and break up. Will it 100% go away? I don't know, but a large percent of it does. Versus a nylon or a ABS BB or whatever plastics they use,
Yeah.
they just are there forever. So instead of arguing whether it's biodegradable or not, just say we're trying to do better and just
Right.
leave it at that.
Well,
You
what
know?
is the argument is that it's not they're called biodegradable, but they're not breaking down fast enough. Is that the argument? So it's not considered bio. And
So
also, is it when it does break down in the ground, is it harmful to the soil or
no,
something?
no, because the plastic is completely plant-based.
Right,
It's
that's what I
based of
thought.
soy. This
Yeah.
is the argument, like everything comes down to the economics.
Oh,
If
okay.
I can buy 4,000 plastic BBs of 0.28s for $9.99,
Mhm.
why do I have to spend $19.99 for the bio equivalent?
Oh, they're a lot more expensive. Okay.
They're more expensive. They're not
Gotcha.
double, but they're more expensive.
Right.
And that's because the conditions, the product, the quality, there's more to it.
Right.
I don't know, when you talk to these manufacturers, they don't tell you exactly what's going into their BB. It's a proprietary mixture. They have to get certified and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I've heard where people put cornstarch in them. They put different elements, right, to make the BB that affects the weight. The heavier the BB, maybe the more plastic, the less
Mhm.
cornstarch. But these things are basically little balls that are created by two plates, and it's hard to get it right. And that's
Sure.
and that's probably why not a lot of people are making them.
Mhm.
And so we just have to. So when you go out there and you argue that bio BBs are a joke, they're not really biodegradable. Just use plastic BBs and save $10 a bag. Okay, but then if you it's again, supply and demand, right? If
Yeah.
the more people who buy bio BBs and use bio BBs, the lower the price point's going to become because the volumes are greater, the prices come
Right.
down. So the
Mhm.
more people who adopt bio BBs, regardless of whether you believe they break down in 4 months or 4 years,
Right.
the price is going to come down. So just say to yourself, as a player, today I'm going to put 10,000 BBs on the ground.
Yeah.
I feel better putting a bio BB on the ground, which is the only reason we sell them, versus a plastic BB, because that's 10,000 little pieces of plastic that weren't there before I
Yep.
showed up. And then times that by 100 players,
Right.
right? So
Times that
just
by whatever throughout
how many
the
years?
whole United States. Yeah.
Exactly. So if we can do anything, regardless of how long this little piece of plastic breaks down, how long it takes,
Mhm.
just it's better than the alternative.
Yeah.
And if
for
you're
sure.
if you're stupid about it, if you're an industry that's saying it's not really bio, why are we pretending? Then what's going to happen is we're all going to go to gel blasters. And I don't know. I've never played with the gel blaster. Maybe it's fun, but I don't know how fun it's going to be.
The guns don't look as cool as replica airsoft
No,
guns. So,
no. And I don't think they shoot as far.
no.
And
I
then, I
mean,
mean,
if you're going to do that, just go to Nerf guns, okay? Like, what the hell?
may as well, right? But a lot of these things, a lot of these evolutions happen again by people on the inside, not on the outside. It's people
Yeah.
who are
That makes
poking the
sense.
bear. They're innovating. They're innovating towards the dollar. They're trying to create a gimmick that sells a
Well, you're
lot.
always going to have these rule followers that follow the rules no matter if it makes sense or not.
Right.
Instead of people that are, critically think about certain things and go and ask the question, well, why? Why,
Right.
Because I said so. Well, that only works on, 2 and 3 and 4 year olds, okay?
Exactly.
When they can't understand reason, right? When they can't reason. So we're adults. The government shouldn't be saying that to us. Hey, at least make some
Right.
sense. So this, arguing like that, we had when we started our Real Steel channel, like I was talking about earlier. I think it was the first or second video. It might have been the first video we put up. This guy that was an acquaintance of mine, that was, South Carolina born and bred, right? Raised in South Carolina. You'd think is all about, and he's a shooter. Like, he goes to the range. He had, he's on a shooting team. He does, whatever. And this video we put out, one of our guys wanted to try out this foregrip. So, foregrips are easy to put on and take off.
Yes, they
Okay.
are.
Like, dude, it's not like it makes it more deadly
You're talking
because
about
it's on there,
the post on the rail.
bro. So we put it on. So the AR he brought was technically a pistol because the barrel was 14 inches instead of 6 or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
All right. I don't even know these rules because I don't follow them because that's unconstitutional, but whatever. So this guy comments on our video saying that's an illegal thing. I'm like, what? See, these are the guys that
Yes.
will rattle on or go tattle on you because, and I'm going, you're a fucking fellow shooter. Like,
Yes.
don't you support the two? Like, why are you bringing this up in our comments, bro? I was like, dude, don't be a dick, okay?
But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's an outside in death. And that's the problem with a lot of industries. The gun industry, as part of it, years ago, Bill Ruger, who owned Ruger Firearms, he did something that was against the gun industry, and he really got hammered for it, and it hurt the Ruger brand for a long time, and they've come back. And the gun industry, you have these individuals that they're trying to save the industry by, placating, I guess, or trying to create a negotiation with the anti-gunners. So they're negotiating things away.
Gotcha.
But what I would say to people out there, firearm owners, or even the airsoft, understand this. When you look at the major brands, Springfield Armory, Smith & Wesson, Glock, Ruger, these companies have been around for a very long time because they don't get involved in the gimmicks.
Yeah.
They just build a base firearm that works.
Mm.
The ones that screw it up for everyone are the ones that get into the gimmicky stuff. Again, people will say, well, Scott, if you're against bump stocks, you're against firearms. Fine. I'll argue that too. But it's like this. The guy that made a little adapter that goes on your trigger that has a crank on it that basically turns your rifle into a Gatling gun because now you can crank it. Yes, your gun is still semi-automatic.
Yeah.
And every time you crank it, but the problem is the government now, when you're going, the government's waking up like, wait a minute, maybe we should adjust our laws.
Right.
to say anything that shoots more than 2 rounds a second, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. When we come up with this stuff, you can argue the legality of it.
Yeah.
But when you create a product because you want to get rich off of it to sell 100 units or 1,000 units, whatever you're doing, you're putting the industry as a risk because the government's always looking to take more. Does that make sense?
For sure. Absolutely.
So just let's appreciate what we got, become better with what you have. Don't get involved in the gimmicks.
Yeah.
Like the rotary triggers, the binary triggers, the bump stocks, all this stuff. Just get good using the firearm. And there's, I think SHOT Show's going on this week in Vegas.
Yeah, that's right.
And there's a lot of stuff out there, but the majority of the vendors that are there, the manufacturers, they're just making good quality stuff. And the ones that are buying the gimmicky crap, just, I think we should avoid them. And just tell them, listen, you're not helping us. I live in Illinois. Illinois just passed a terrible law. Like everything's illegal now. Hopefully it'll get shot down in the courts. But 2 years ago, someone imported switches for Glock 18 airsoft guns that actually converted and worked in real Glocks and converted real Glock pistols to full auto.
Holy shit.
And the ATF found every single one of those switches that were sold. The guy that imported them, every single one. Now, think of the expense that they went through to get every single one of those switches off the street.
That's ridiculous, bro.
And they got them all. They said they got them all.
ATF needs to go away anyway, bro. Jesus.
But this is the thing. It's like you think you're going to be smart. They're going to knock on your door at 2:00 in the morning, maybe 6 a.m. now. I think the laws change when they can wake you up, but 6 a.m. They're going to wake you up and say,
that's funny.
We want to talk to you about the 100 switches you brought in the country. We want to know exactly who you sold them to, when you sold them, and we're going to sit down with you right now. Here's a warrant.
God.
I hope you can clear your calendar because we're going to be here for a while. Whew. And, and they go after, they found every single one of them. So I heard. So the government is ruthless when the government wants to go after something. So let's just appreciate what we have. We have more than anyone else in the world. I think we should have, we have rights to more. I think we should, I'm not opposed to full auto. But we don't have full auto, right? And except for, rare examples. If you live in a state like South Carolina where you can get a stamp, maybe you can have full auto. Yeah. In Illinois, we can't have. I think we can have.
Well, I think the full auto thing is a federal. I think that's federal level.
It is definitely federal.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get the $200 tax stamp, like suppressors. Like Illinois, you can't have suppressors. Mm-hmm. Like Indiana, you can. Which, again, is so counterintuitive. You don't want me to own a device that makes my device less loud to protect my hearing and the hearing of others.
Right. Because
one of the things, a lot of gun ranges that open up around the country, especially the outdoor ones, they get a lot of complaints about noise pollution, right?
Right. If they're close to,
close to a neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Well, if you allowed suppressors and you didn't charge people $200 extra to buy a suppressor, it's going to be a little bit more quiet. But that's an assassin's weapon. Assassins.
Well, I was going to say that law.
Come on.
That's an example of one of those laws that is really dumb.
Absolutely dumb. Yeah, because you're going back to like the 1970s, mobster movie where the guy's spinning a can on a 22 long rifle, crappy gun, and so these elected officials see that and they're like, oh, everyone who has a suppressor is going to be an assassin. It's like, no, they just don't want to lose their hearing, or they don't want to disturb their neighbor.
Gun crime is going to go up if we allow suppressors. Okay. That's the dumbest shit ever. Yeah,
exactly.
Oh yeah.
Think about it. If you're carrying a Glock in your waistband, think about how much more difficult it's going to be to put that Glock in your waistband when you got a 9-inch can on it.
Bro. Hey, I saw this video yesterday. Speaking of SHOT Show and that, Jammer Actual is his Instagram handle.
Okay.
He's the guy, the actual guy that plays the character Call of Duty Ghost.
Okay.
That they mocap, that he's the character in there. So I met him at SS Airsoft in Atlanta.
Okay.
Just over the summer at the Call of Duty event down there. Him and Alexandra and Rudy Reyes were down there.
She's great. Alex is great.
Yeah. So I have the gun right here that she signed. I had her sign it and Jammer sign it. Well, anyway, Jammer's a former Marine, force recon, combat vet and all that stuff. and he does a lot for the firearms industry now. He's actually at SHOT Show.
Okay.
And so yesterday, I think it was, he's very active on his Instagram. Well, he did a video where he's got a pistol. He pulls up his t-shirt. He's got a, in the waist holster. He starts pulling a pistol out, and it's got a long suppressor on it. And it's like, how did it fit down here, bro? Like, it's tucked in. It's like all the way down his leg,
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. But anyway, speaking of that, yeah, it's
Yeah.
funny.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, if you look at, the airsoft world, they replicate obviously real firearms by definition, right? So
Right.
there's a lot of innovation. I think if you look at the real steel world, SIG Arms, when they came out with the new, P3, 360 and the 320, 365, the 320 platform, that's probably the most innovation the firearm industry's had probably in 30 years.
Really? I don't know. I'm not familiar. What's the difference with it?
So the difference is that you've got a grip and you've got a slide, and then you've got the fire control module. So the gun is the module. So instead, so on a Glock, if you take a Glock apart, you got the grip and the fire controls are all in the grip.
Yeah.
With the SIG, you have this, basically it's a module that drops in. So you can change like Legos. I mean, you can put different grips on there and different slides. So SIG basically created this fire control module that's universal. And my point is, and I'll bet you within the next 5 years, everyone's going to come out with that module. They're just going to copy what SIG is doing.
Yeah.
SIG will have a lead because they've done it, and maybe others have done it now. But it's an interesting thing where the cost to innovate versus what the market's willing to pay is always, these are always two opposing conditions, right? So if you look at Glock, the first generation Glock versus the Gen 5s, whatever we are now, it's the same damn pistol. The grip's a little different. It's got a beaver tail on it. If you want to get a Glock that looks different, you buy a Terran Tactical Glock, one that's built up, right? It's a Glock, but they completely customize it. Then you got a real different Glock. But, people are like, oh, I like the Glock 4, Gen 4 versus the 3 because it's got trigger grip, finger bumps on it. Like, whatever, just stop talking about this stuff. You're telling Glock they're innovating by changing the grip pattern. If that's innovation, then we got problems,
No, man, I'm gonna tell you, real innovation is when you have the cool looking stippling. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
I love it when companies come out with a stipple pattern.
Yeah.
And they argue why that pattern's the best.
Oh yeah.
Jerry Michlik. You ever heard that name, Jerry Michlik?
Yes.
He's a competitive shooter, and
his daughter's doing it now too.
Lena. Yep.
I follow both of them.
Yep. So Jerry Michlik, he did a video years ago.
Isn't he like the fastest? Isn't that one of the guys that's one of the fastest?
It's the fastest shooter in the world with revolver by far. He's one of the fastest. Right. His hands are massive. He's a great guy, and I've met him on several occasions. But anyway, so he did a video, and he talks about texture of grip. And what he says is that on the outside of the grip, so if your gun is in a holster and you're coming on the outside to grab it like this, right?
Okay.
He wants it completely smooth on this side. And then he puts the texture on the front strap and the texture on the opposing side.
Gotcha.
And he says, and the reason is that when he comes down, he doesn't want anything to slow his hand coming down.
Right.
And all of his grip is on the front anyways. So I say that because now you're getting these guns are coming out like the staccatos, and they're freaking like cheese graters. and so you basically go to draw the gun. It's like your hand stops on it because it's like it gets stuck in that plastic. And it's like, what are we doing, guys? The 1911, if you look at a traditional 1911, it's got pretty much smooth Coca-Cola grips on the side, and it's got a heavily checkered front strap. Why? Because that front strap is the only thing, right? You're holding onto a finger that's keeping the gun from coming up. What's on the side is negligible, but it's all the marketing stuff.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if you,
because I haven't shot a pistol that many times. I was at, speaking of pistols and changing over especially from calibers, we were talking about 9mm a while ago. I was in the Corps when I went in and I qualified. with the 1911.
Yep.
So we were shooting the 45s. So that was 89
Yep.
and early 90. And then before I got out, I had to requalify because we were adopting the Berettas,
Beretta.
the 9mm. And it was, there was a huge debate, of course, with, and it still goes on today.
It'll go on forever.
The 45s to the 9mm and stuff. But I was one of those ones too. Like, no, give me a 45, bro. Because honestly, it's fun to shoot. It is just, it feels good. But anyway, yeah, that I don't have a lot of experience shooting pistols.
Yeah. So when John Moses Browning created the 1911,
yeah,
he could have used any cartridge he wanted to. He
Mm.
picked the 45 because of the impulse of the 45 and then the stopping power of the cartridge itself.
Yeah.
The downside and the only negative is because of the size of the cartridge, your capacity is limited.
Right.
With the 2011, so a 1911 and a 2011, they're the same top end. The only difference is the frame. So a 2011 or a high cap in airsoft, it's basically a double stack magazine versus a column stack like you had shot in the military. So you get a little bit extra rounds when they zigzag versus going straight up and down.
Right.
But when they go to the Beretta, and now they're going to the SIG, which replaced the Beretta 92. The 9mm argument, it's cheaper to purchase.
Yeah.
You get more capacity, and usually when you shoot, you're not going to hit your target the first 4 or 5 shots anyways.
Right. So you want more rounds. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a cop. So like I said, you go through these trends. 20 years ago or so, a lot of cops carried the 40 Smith and Wesson. It was the Glock 40, caliber. Was what everyone was carrying. The 40 Smith and Wesson caliber was what everyone was carrying because it was the stopping power of the 45, but the capacity of a 9. Not really, but that was the argument. But now no one shoots 40 anymore. It's just a terrible tweener cartridge. But yeah, I think if people are into airsoft and you love the science behind shooting in general, care whether it's the airsoft or whatever, watch videos on some of the old school shooters. And some of these, like there's a guy named Jerry Barnhart, old dude. He created the red dot optic.
Oh shit.
Well before there was a red dot optic that everyone knows today.
Oh, wow.
It was basically a big tube on his gun that he designed, I think, with Aimpoint or some company. But he was a shooter back in the early 80s. Rob Latham. These guys were shooting, old single stack 45 ACP in competition. And a lot of what the military has was basically proven by competitive shooters like optics. Like 5 years ago, if someone told me 5 years ago, hey, we're going to start having carry guns with red dots, I'm like, you're nuts. Well, now they're all over the place, ride, slide, red dots. And that's because the market is telling consumers that shooting with the red dot's faster. Okay. It is if you can find the dot. But the average shooter, and this is the downside, the average shooter doesn't practice enough to where they're going to come out with the gun and then find the dot. But going back to my comment earlier about, with airsoft, you're basically shooting a garden hose.
Yeah.
If you're in a situation where you have to draw your defensive pistol, you will never, ever, ever, ever see your sights.
No.
You're drawing and shooting.
Yeah.
So you can take all the sights off your gun, and in the end result will be exactly the same.
Absolutely.
And so there's guys like Scott Warren, these old shooters. So like if people are still listening, old shooters, Jerry Barnhart, Scott Warren, Rob Latham, Mike Seeklander, who's around today, who's probably one of the greatest trainers out there, Phil Strader, Jerry Mitchlick. These guys just have been shooting for so long. They've seen every and all gimmicks, but in the end, they all go back to what they shot 30 years ago. It's just a traditional 1911 single stack with basic grips, checkering, 45 ACP, now 9mm. A lot of them shoot 9.
Yeah.
And these guys are old. I mean, they're our age and even older now.
Right.
But if you're only watching the guys that shoot fast, the 22-year-olds that are shooting the latest and greatest, you're really losing out on a lot. Like I said, I think the airsoft community has to do the same thing, is really focus on who you're paying attention to.
Yeah.
And don't get caught up in the crappy stuff, the gimmicky stuff where they're trying to get you to click. Focus on the context of everything. And that's just in life, right? You will learn more by focusing on the stuff that they're not talking about and showing versus the stuff they're showing you, like, oh, this is my great new gun and look how beautiful it is and blah, blah, blah. But what I didn't tell you is when I test fired, it never worked.
Yeah. It doesn't feed right. And,
I got it for free. I bought this, right? But I got it for free. I didn't tell you that,
Right.
My BB sponsor gave me all the BBs. They don't tell you this stuff. So just, be critical thinkers. And like I said, I've learned this through the shooting industry and now with airsoft. And like I said, I go to these fields and these kids make me laugh. They say stuff. It's like, God.
Well, speaking of sponsor stuff, I've had some people ask us over the years or last couple of years, with our channel and stuff. Or you guys have sponsors? Have you ever had a sponsor? I've never had a sponsor. I really didn't want one.
Yeah.
Because we were doing a lot of reviews in the beginning, unboxings and reviews, and I didn't want to be. Look, I'm more about, I guess, character, stand by your, like, what do you stand for kind of thing, as opposed to give me some free shit and money. Okay.
Yep.
I will not sell out to, I'm not trying to make, this sound bigger than, grandiose or something like Airsoft is so serious, whatever, but I'm not going to take a sponsor, or get something just so I can get something free. If the stipulation is, I've got to say on video that this is good, even if it's not.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's not. I never wanted one because of that. I didn't want to be held to that kind of thing. But
and to your point, how much is an individual's integrity worth?
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
So if I, as an example, I give you free BBs, I give you $1,000 worth of BBs. Is $1,000 worth of BBs worth you completely stepping on your own integrity to proclaim these are the best BBs? No, it's ridiculous.
Right.
I saw this with sponsored shooters in the real world. I mean, I was sponsored for a limited amount of time and I got free stuff.
Yeah.
But I also told them, I'm not going to say this is the best stuff I've ever shot. If it's not, like, we get it,
Yeah.
And I stopped being a sponsored shooter when I stopped shooting all these big major matches, just because it was getting very expensive and I wasn't winning, so you get to a point where it's like, you get in third place, fourth place, fifth place. I don't know. It's not worth it anymore. So I just stopped. But my point is that if you sponsor somebody, you have to do so that there's a mutual agreement, but that you expect to get something hopefully back in return. I think he was on your show, Ruby Gold. Did you do a show with Ruby? Okay. So Ruby's a good guy. He lives in just south of me in Southern Illinois, maybe just over the river in Missouri. But, I send him some BBs and I help him out and we have this agreement. But, one of the things he and I spoke about early was, this isn't about how you represent me. It's really how you represent yourself. Like, if don't go and, you don't want to partner with anyone who's, and I'm not meaning to call out Ruby, but it's just an example of, just don't do anything stupid where we both look stupid. Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just, again, and I think Ruby's a good guy, good young man. He's trying really hard for the airsoft. He's trying to be an ambassador for the sport. And I'm just trying to encourage him and help him out. But if anyone listening thinks that any of these professional airsofters are getting rich on airsoft, they're not. No. What they're getting rich on is your clicks, right?
Yep.
No one's paying them any money. They're maybe paying an entrance to a mil sim, but they're not getting rich off of the sport of airsoft. They're getting rich off of you watching their gameplay or whatever, which is fine. They're an entertainer, right? And they're being rewarded for that entertainment content. But I hear it all the time where these kids are like, oh, we're going to become professional paintball players and travel the world. And I'm like, you're going to be poor, right? You're going to get a paint sponsor. You're going to get a marker sponsor.
Yeah. Show me the professional paintballer that's balling. Okay. Drive it up in a Lamborghini because of paintball. Yeah. No.
Sponsors in general give you product.
Look, if anyone doesn't understand how this works, like money in a sport works, if you're a professional, the money comes from, so we know this from contracts we see with, professional sports players here, NFL, baseball players, basketball players. They get a big contract. How are these teams able to pay LeBron James or whoever, Tom Brady, big contract fees, right? It's because there's 80,000 fans sitting in the stadium that buy beer, that buy, NFL apparel, that buy, you know what I'm saying, that buy the ticket, they buy season tickets. Where's the people in the stands at an airsoft event or a paintball event? Nobody's there watching, bro.
No one's buying airsoft jerseys.
No.
No one's buying airsoft sneakers.
No. Where's the money come from to be paid 250 grand a year to play paintball?
So on this topic, funny story with the example you just gave. So my buddy Ralph, who I mentioned before, he played professional paintball in the 90s.
Right.
On eBay, someone was selling one of his jerseys because I think it's for $500. It has last name on there and everything.
Nice.
And he looked at it, he's like, this is ridiculous. I'm like, you gonna buy it? Is your jersey? He's like, no. He goes, I probably sold it for $20. But it's like, but my point is, someone thinks there's a value in selling this old man's jersey from 30 years ago when he played paintball in Brazil and all this stuff. So yeah, I think enjoy airsoft for what it is. If you're going to make money in airsoft, you're going to have to do it by getting involved in the retail side of it. And you better start with a lot of money to make a little bit of money on it.
Yep.
You've already got companies that are well ahead of you, the e-bikes or any of them, right? I mean, any of the retailers.
Airsoft GI, modern Airsoft, yep.
Exactly. These guys they're already into it. They're all selling the same stuff. Some of them have, micro brands or their own brands, but they're selling the same stuff.
E-bike's got the EMG stuff, the custom things or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask you a question on this? I know you don't play, but what? I don't want to. If you feel uncomfortable with the question, to say I don't want to answer the question.
Bro, you can't hurt my one feeling. I promise.
I want to understand when you have other people come on, people have much more experience in airsoft than I am. What are the brands or the retailers that they typically navigate towards?
Well, for guns,
or maybe they don't mention it, but just. There seems to be a pattern in worlds, in societies and communities like this. I'm just curious, over the multiple 3, 4, 6, 20 dozen interviews you've done like this, what brands or what models or makes or retailers do you feel that people
there's a trend?
Okay.
So for guns, and again, the pool that I'm pulling from, samples, I guess, or people is most people I've had on here. Majority are fairly new into airsoft.
Yeah.
Right. They're not playing for 20 years. I've had those on as well.
Yeah.
People on it. But the trend that I've heard is, or advice, starter guns, G&G.
Yep.
Hands down, G&G is what I've heard across the board standard. So, that is definitely a something that I've seen that is a constant. As far as gear is all over the place.
Yeah.
Gear is honestly is dependent on the person, how much they want to impress people around them. That's really what it comes down to. So people that are more apt to in the real civilian life, outside of airsoft, wear name brand pants and shirts with this little logo on there to impress their friends, or the shoes. They're going to be the ones that get the Gucci gear to impress everybody at the field. I'm not putting that down. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, that's the trend.
Yep.
And then the ones that don't care about that, they don't really have a certain brand that they, whatever, that they go with. I think as far as brands go, the most constant thing I've heard is mostly about guns. So, I thought Kythera was like, oh, that's the thing. Well, then I learned about all these other engines, so the Fusion, the Wolverine has, they have stuff. I didn't know any of that stuff. So those are, if you're going HPA, Wolverine, some of the higher end not Kythera, but higher end Polar Star stuff,
Yep.
which I can't remember the names of. You probably know more about that, but yeah, that's probably the standard. The MTW,
Yep.
that's a big name I've heard.
Yep.
It's constant. Pistols, that's honestly, it's kind of back and forth because everyone says high kappa, but then they all say, but they're always broken. Like they always break.
Exactly.
I'm like, Jesus, bro, what the hell?
So
anyway,
yeah. Well, the reason I asked the question is, and I assumed you were going to answer the way you did.
Okay.
That there is no answer to the question.
No.
Meaning, right?
Yeah.
There's so much stuff out there.
Yep.
There's so many opinions on things.
Yes.
That whatever you buy is both the right and the wrong answer, depending on how that thing works for you.
There's too many variables, honestly.
Right. So I agree. Like the G&G Combat Machine, like that platform is a great starter gun, and I've seen it work all the time. Elite Force has some guns that they import that are great too. But my point is, if you go to any of the airsoft retailers and you look at AEGs, there's dozens, if not hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And they're within $30, $50, $60, $100 of one another, right? You got the $150 gun, you got the $300 gun. What's the difference? Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
Right. A lot of times, to be honest with you, sometimes it's just the licensing, right? You've got an M4 that's got the Colt logo on it. That's $50 more than the same exact gun without it. So you just got to be savvy about it. But my point is that as long as you play airsoft, the only thing you're going to gain more of is opinions on things.
Yeah.
And even then, they're not going to always be right. And and again, the reason I asked the question is you've had all these people on, and these are people that they're playing it, right? They're doing their own research, they're watching videos, they're traveling the country and sometimes the world. And in the end, they're like, I don't know, it's just kind of the same stuff. We're all just kind of using the same things. And and it's like, okay, it's like knee pads,
Really
like it's just it's equipment, right? So I run 511 knee pads because that's what I run, right? And some kids like, oh, I don't like the 511s. Like, why? He's like, oh, they do this. I'm like, okay, it's their fucking knee pads. They're it's just their knee pads. So let's if you want to complain to my 511 knee pads are not as great or worse than your Chinese knockoff whatevers, that's cool. But why are we talking about my knee pads? Like, let's not waste time on this. So
no, you're right. Absolutely. That is, out of all the different things that are involved with somebody to go to a mil sim, all these different things, or whatever, like there's only one constant that I found, and that is for somebody's recommendation for a starter gun. And I've asked that question a bunch of times, and it's always G&G.
Yeah.
So it is, that's the only constant. Everything else is honestly personal preference. The guy that I mentioned earlier that said, he bought a $2,000 gun from Umbrella Armory.
Yeah.
He's been playing airsoft for 10 years.
Yeah.
He didn't start out with that. He built up to that. And it was a gift, it was like to himself, like, hey, this is something I want because I know how much I play. I know how much I don't want to work on my own guns. I know I want this thing to run just like what you told, Cy Kappa to build for you for a pistol.
Yep.
This is what I want. I'm willing to pay this much for it. And that's what I get. So, there's, you're right. There is so many options. You don't really have to, a new player, especially new players, start out small. You can work your way up.
Absolutely.
Don't dump a shit ton of money because you're going to be depressed. If you lose a bunch of money, your gun goes out, you buy a $400, $500 gun and you fall on it the first day and it snaps in half because that will happen.
Absolutely
sometimes.
does.
These things are not, we call them full metal, they're not metal. They're machined aluminum.
Exactly.
Which is super light, which is great, but it's, it is those threads where something meets something else. That's the weak point, and you fall on it. That shit's gonna break.
Right. The buffer tube is like a 32nd of an inch.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's
bro.
The thing is, and you're 100% right. And this is what I think kids or people getting into the sport have to understand. Well, I'll make this point. The industry warranty on airsoft guns. Do you know what the warranty period is on a lot of this stuff?
No, I don't.
30 days.
No shit.
So think about it. You spent
it's not even 90 days. Oh my God.
So think about it. You bought an airsoft gun for $250 and it's 30 days.
Wow.
So the question then, if I'm buying something for $250 for 30 days, and if it breaks, what am I going to do? Am I going to send it back to the retailer? Or am I going to, no, I'm probably going to
what a
fix
pain
it.
in the ass.
They
right?
know that.
Yeah.
They also know that people screw with stuff. They're going to open up the gearbox and they're going to screw with it. And then they're going to
That
say
voids
it's
the
broken.
warranty.
So it's like, I kind of look at this like buying a boat. If you buy a new boat, you're an idiot. There's a lot of used ones out there that are barely used. If you want to buy a $250 gun, go buy a $250 gun, but buy it for $125 on Hop Up or a guy selling it.
Yeah.
And you're going to be just that much farther ahead. Because now if it's got a problem, at least you got, $50 to $100 available to you that you saved to get it fixed or put better parts into it. I just see there's just a lot of stuff out there. These guns are all made by the same 2 or 3 companies in Taiwan or whatever. They're just rebranded. This guy may have a better bucking. Like people are like, oh, it's got a freaking maple leaf bucking. Okay, maple leaf bucking's $5. It's like $3 or $5 bucking. I mean, are you really going to tell me that this is a better gun because of a $2 difference in the bucking? Come on. So
it's funny.
Just stop pretending that some of this stuff matters. It's just, if you want an M4 platform, go buy an M4 platform. G&G Machine's a great gun.
Yeah.
That combat machine, go buy it. I think they got plastic versions, they have metal versions, but regardless, it's going to run. They just work. They've got great hop-up units. The barrels are good. My buddy Ralph, that's all he runs. He's got 3 of them now. Okay. He's got a drop stock on his because of his paintball days. But my point is they run. So just look at what people are running on the field, ask questions.
Yeah.
And if the guy has a gun that doesn't work, you go up and say, hey, what kind of gun is that? Did you do anything to it? Yeah, I did this. Okay. I give him a pass. But if you walk up to 3 guys that have this brand that's always breaking, avoid it. Maybe they got bad quality parts, or maybe the QA at the time wasn't good. But just ask questions, be mindful. But don't go out and spend $500 on your first airsoft rifle. It's just not necessary. You just don't have to do it. And I'll tell you, $150 gun, like a Lancer Tactical, some of their lower end guns, I've seen them run 100% for guys for a full year, 2 years. Where $250 guns are, they take a shit.
That happened to us.
Yeah.
We the first Lancer, not the first, but one of the Lancer Tactical M4s we got, basic, bare bones, basic shit. We got one of the mystery boxes. That was a backup gun for these guys going to milsims. It's still running today. Yeah. It runs fine. It's and it's not just been because we've had it this long. It's been shot a bunch of times. Feeds great. It runs on just all kind of different mags. Like the thing is crazy good. Now I know that's a fluke compared to most people that get Lancer Tacticals, the base versions. This thing was like a $90 gun. When we looked it up, it was an $89 gun on e-bike.
Yep.
It came in a mystery box. Now my son bought a Vector. Was shit. It was $500, $550. Came with all these different mags. It came with the mags, he bought the extra mags that are for it, that are, that kind of mag, that brand, and they were shit. We couldn't get it running right. Now I know that's a fluke as well. That's not the norm. Most people that get the Vectors are, they're really happy with them. They run right. But you're going to have that. Like starting out, just don't blow a life savings on when you're first starting. Just kind of work up to things because you may not be able to play every single weekend anyway.
Right.
So if you're going to, you can have a Lancer Tactical that's going to last you 5 years because you're only able to play it once every 2 months.
Right. It's these guys that played for 7 years, but they played 3 times in a year. So they played 21 times in their life. It's the same thing. So the thing is, like, I don't bash brands like Lancer Tactical. I know a lot of people bash them.
Sure.
Because of their own, not even their own experiences, because of hearsay, right? They heard it's
hearsay.
Crap.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of Lancer Tacticals run. So I don't have anything negative to say about it. I never own one, but I also won't say anything negative. As a matter of fact, I appreciate the fact that Lancer Tactical makes product and sells product, because that just means that the industry is worth working for.
Sure.
If that makes sense. But the thing is, like, what angers me about Airsoft, and when I say anger, I don't really get mad about it, but annoys me, is the magazines. The fact that not all magazines work on all M4s. Again, these aren't
not all magazines are created equal. What?
Right. So, like, this magazine works in this gun, but it doesn't. So now I got all these magazines, but they don't work in my new gun. So people get upset, and it's annoying.
Bro. I can't stand that.
but it's like, it's just part of the game. These aren't
We've
mil
had that as well.
Yeah. So it's like, why in the hell is this EPM one not working in this gun? It works in all my guns and not this one. And it's just an annoyance.
I
But
don't get it.
that's the only thing we have to complain about. I think we're doing pretty good.
Well, that's true.
I think if somebody wants to get an airsoft, my experience, they can get a gun for $125, $150, get 3 or 4 magazines, mid caps, unless you want to run high caps, get a decent mask, and you're ready to play airsoft.
Oh,
I mean, you're $200, $250 in, and you have everything you need to play the game and enjoy yourself.
for sure. I mean, there's some basics, for a new player. I used to say on our channel when we first started, I used to say, bro, why are you guys bashing springers? You could go, I didn't know shit. Okay. But I was like, you could go out, and take a Springer. You don't have to spend $500 on a gun. Take a Springer pistol out there and go have fun. They're like, no, that ain't going to be fun. I'm like, yeah, it is. And we got a Springer, like a M92, Beretta, Mach, whatever. And I took it out here in the back. I can't remember if we put it on our channel. I can't remember if we filmed it. But anyway, I'm like, watch, I'll show you. And so I load it, I cock it, and I'm standing there talking, and I tip the gun down just a little bit. BB falls out. I was like, what the fuck? I said, shit. So I cock it again, and I'm holding it up a little bit. I'm like, watch, this thing's fine. I shoot it. Now, bro, these are .2s. This thing went, I don't know, 20 feet.
Yeah.
I go, oh my God, get the chrono. Because, we test all these.
Yeah.
I'm like, get the chrono. It was like 110 FPS. I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I take back what I said. So kids, if you're going to get an airsoft, don't go to a field with a bunch of other people that have AGs and shit and HPAs with a Springer. Don't take a Springer. Okay. So I take that back, but pretty much anything else you start out with that's really cheap, you're going to have some decent fun.
Yeah, but if a kid does show up, he's the kid we usually hand a gun to.
Yes.
So you're going to use this today.
Exactly.
Defro, he has a video on his I think Instagram where he's he plays indoor a lot. I think he's in Japan.
Yes.
He actually has video of a guy running a Springer indoors with a running tracers, and the guy's doing the whole thing, and it's fun to watch. The guy's quick. Now, my assumption is this gun's probably a little bit built up and it runs, but it's a single cocking spring action gun, and he's playing indoors with it.
That's crazy.
And it was fun to watch. So if anyone's listening, go check out the video. It's a lot of fun to watch. But
for sure.
But yeah, I mean, if you're going to go to Walmart and spend $29 on an airsoft gun, that's not the one to bring to the field. That's okay in the backyard shooting cans and whatever, but that's not the one you're going to bring to the field. You're going to be just frustrated. And if it's clear, don't bring it to the field.
Bro, that's a good rule of thumb as well.
Yes.
Don't buy a clear gun, okay?
No.
All right?
Anything clear where you can see the Eternals, it's not going to run very long. And but I think there's enough good product out there that you can buy something at any price point and get by. It's like the real gun industry. People say to me, Scott, what pistol should I buy? I'd say most of the pistols that are made today by any of the manufacturers are good. This isn't like in the 80s where people were making crap. I mean, any of the guns that come out today, again, for legal reasons or otherwise, are good pistols. There's some that are better than others. Some brands I wouldn't buy, but they're all decent. So you can't go wrong. It just comes down to how much you're willing to spend. But more importantly, what are you using it for?
Yeah.
Are you using it for home protection? Are you using it for competition? Are you going to just plink with it once a year? These are all of the things you should think about before you buy a pistol. Same thing with airsoft. If you're going to play airsoft to the point you made once or twice a year, don't go out and spend $900 on an HPA rifle. That's just dumb. Bro. It just doesn't make sense. How about this? Don't buy anything. Just go rent a gun.
Yeah, rent.
Borrow, rent, borrow, steal. I mean, don't buy. I mean, and so you, again, just be mindful of what's out there. And I'll tell you, that's why, like, I really enjoy, like watching people in your podcast or the YouTube videos, not the gameplay stuff, but just, I always pay attention to like what they're using, not how they're using it. Like when I'm training somebody on the range shooting, I don't care about the target. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at their trigger and their grip and their eyes. What's on the target? That's a result of what's happening up here. So what happens uprange dictates what's happening downrange, right? So when I watch these YouTubers and I hear them talk, I'm like, okay, I'm watching what's going on with the guns. I'm not watching, like Airsoft Alphonse. Like I watch his stuff, makes me laugh. He runs the big LMGs and
Oh
he's
yeah.
mowing people down. I don't care about the guys, the 300 people that are just falling down because he wiped them out. I
Yeah.
just I like the mechanics of the gun with he plays
Oh,
with it,
for
and that's what's
sure. Like
enjoyable to
what's
me.
right up there in the front view where
Exactly.
he's on the chopper, he's shooting down. I mean, it is cool to yeah.
Yeah. So I mean
Have
that's
you
the
ever seen
fun
him?
part of it.
Have you ever seen his videos where he's in the where he's lifting weights in a scuba outfit
Yeah.
with fins on and everything?
Yeah. He's
That
he's
dude
he's
cracks me
nutty.
up, man.
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah.
actually the mill sim I went to in Wisconsin, he was there and I met him briefly and
Oh,
he was
nice.
really good. I mean, he was a good guy. He talked to the kids, or my son. I say kids again, they're younger than me, but talking to the young guys, and he was really
Right.
nice to them. And he signed.
He's from
As a matter,
Michigan as well.
yeah, he's from
Yeah.
Michigan. And so one of the guys that was from our field that was there, used the gun that Airsoft Alphonse sold to another guy that eventually was like changed hands multiple times. So it was
Oh
his
wow.
gun because it was like custom spray painted. So
Oh,
Alphonse
okay.
signed it for him, and so
That's
but
cool.
that's what's cool about when you go to these big events is you have these big guys out there,
Right.
but when you're out playing, you don't see them.
Right. No.
They're just in the woods or
Well,
they're
yeah, I went to my first mill sim with Stonebreaker last year, and Alphonse was there. I
yeah.
didn't know. I didn't even
No,
know. So
he's one of
I
hundreds.
didn't know until after,
Right,
after we left. But
right. And you wouldn't know
listen,
that by
man,
the videos. You would think that they're the only ones out there, right? Like when you
I
watch
know,
Navrich
right?
videos, it's like Navrich is running the field or kicking Mustangs
Yes.
running the field, but it's like they're just one of hundreds of players out there that are just like you and I are, your boys just out there
Well, when you
playing. You
get
don't
geared
see
up,
the
you
the
can't
rock
tell
stars,
who's who. Like
huh?
when you're geared up, all that gear on and stuff, like you can't tell who's who.
No. Well,
Not
ask
at
your
all.
boys like armbands.
Yeah.
I don't know who's got. I mean, if I'm blue and you got red, I don't even see your armband. If you're facing me, I assume you're
Yeah.
not on my team. That's what I look for, And these guys are
Exactly.
like, you didn't see the armband. I'm like, I don't see anything. He's all camming up. He's got a plate carrier. He's got comms on. You think I'm going to see a little piece of red on
Yeah,
his
my
sleeve?
friggin' visor's fogging up a little bit. Like, bro, okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Listen, man, it's been great talking with you.
I
Really
appreciate
glad
the
we got to meet.
opportunity.
Yeah, dude. Tell everybody where they can find you online.
Yeah, just airsoftdad.com. You can find me on Instagram, AirsoftDad on Instagram. Listen, if you come patronize me, I appreciate it. But I'll be honest. I mean, a lot of the money I get, I just put back in the industry. I give
Oh,
BBs
for
out to
sure.
kids. Mike, I sent him a bunch of stuff over the holidays just because I know he gives them out to the kids. I'm not here to get rich. I'm here to just
Yeah,
make the sport better. And if you give me money, it pays for the BBs, and then it allows me to give
for
BBs
sure.
away to kids that need it. And that's all this is about.
Well, listen, if you're providing something, in the airsoft industry, like what you're doing with your BBs and your barrel socks and shit like that, it's cool, man. And people,
Yeah.
you're allowed to sell things. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to be I'm not ashamed
No,
of
you're
making
not.
money.
No, no.
No,
Yeah,
but at
yeah.
the same time, I'm not here to compete with the big boys. You know what I mean? That's not what this is
No,
about.
no. But it's
Um,
cool when somebody has, if they like your channel. And
yeah,
by the way, anyone watching or listening, go to his YouTube channel. He's got some good videos. You just started it recently, like
yeah,
it's
and
new.
honestly, it's not that great. I mean, I'm trying to
It's
get better
good.
at it. It's
Yeah,
fine, right? Um, I think Instagram's the most fun right now because what
yeah.
I find with Instagram, I get instant feedback. It's
Right.
a lot of it's just funny to me. It's like, okay, I'm not sure why you wasted your time to tell me that, but I'll appreciate it and I'll consider it maybe in the
You're gonna
future.
take
But
this criticism, okay?
yeah. The
Awesome,
most
man.
fun comments I get is the people overseas. They're just funny in the UK. These guys, the
Oh
sense of
yeah.
humor on these guys are hilarious.
Oh, I know.
I love it. Love
I
talking
know.
to them. They're fun. But I
Yeah, for
appreciate again the
sure.
opportunity allowed for me today and talking. We talked for a long time, and I appreciate it. And
Yeah, man.
I
It's been
enjoyed
fun.
the content. I enjoy and appreciate the invitation. So thank you for that.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, I gotta piss like hell.
Yeah, I did too. But I mean, if I hold it long enough, I'll probably forget I have to piss. But thank
Oh
you.
shit. Yeah, right. I hear you. All right, brother. It was great talking with you. You have a good night.
You got it. Take care.